Hello everyone, and welcome to Sleep Triggers ASMR. You're about to enter a world where horror whispers gently in the dark. Where shadows tell stories, and the rain keeps you company. Tonight's tale will guide you through fear, softly wrapped in sound. Don't worry, you're safe here with me. Let the unease comfort you, and let each sound pull you deeper into rest. If you enjoy these immersive horror sleep experiences, please like, subscribe, and tap the so you'll never miss a night. I'll be here, waiting, every night, to tell you another story. Now, close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And let the story begin. Detective Eliza Chin glanced at the muted glow of her desk lamp, its pale light slicing through the pre-dawn gloom of the precinct's open office. The analog clock on the far wall ticked past 2 a.m., but the world outside felt suspended in time, street lamps flickering, sirens whispering in the distance, and only the occasional rumble of a late-night bus to remind her that Los Angeles never truly slept. She leaned back in her chair, rubbing tired eyes, as her phone buzzed with a new alert, another missing person report, another dead-end lead in a string of eerily similar vanishings. Connor Miles was 34, a career cab driver whose shifts ran until 1 a.m. His wife called when he failed to return home, then called again when his vehicle never appeared in the driveway. The dispatcher's log placed his last GPS ping at the intersection of Main Street and Ventura Boulevard, an unremarkable crossroads in Southdale, a district of aging apartment blocks, shuttered storefronts, and dimly lit alleys. Yet somewhere in those familiar streets, Miles had simply evaporated. Eliza rose, pulling on her leather jacket and holstering her service weapon. She slid into the driver's seat of her unmarked cruiser, the engine humming to life as she punched coordinates into the GPS. The city's early morning haze clung to the windshield, and as she weaved through near-empty lanes, she replayed the details of the previous cases. 4 victims, 2 taxi drivers, a bus operator, a bike courier. All gone without a trace. All leaving behind smashed mirrors, cryptic warnings, and pools of blood with no apparent source. No bodies. No suspects. Just silence. Pulling up under the yellow police tape, she dimmed her headlights and approached the cab. Its engine still idled softly, a ghostly hum in the deserted street. The driver's door hung open at an odd angle, the interior light bathing the front seat in pale yellow. Eliza crouched beside the doorframe and scanned the upholstery, fresh streaks of crimson on the headrest, droplets dotting the steering wheel in an ominous rhythm. She inhaled sharply, tasting iron on her tongue, then slipped on latex gloves and began photographing the scene. Detective Chen, Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz, greeted her from the sidewalk, his expression etched with concern. No sign of Miles. No wallet, no phone, just the cab and those stains. He gestured toward the rearview mirror, its glass fractured by a single, precise impact. Somebody smashed this from the inside. Eliza nodded, examining the web of cracks. Intentional. He must have seen something, talked to someone or something, and tried to break free. She crouched lower, catching sight of a small silver charm on the floorboard. Twisted like a key, half buried beneath a stray receipt. She bagged it as evidence. Anything from witnesses. A barista from the nearby cafe shuffled forward. I heard yelling, maybe a man and woman arguing, around 1 a.m. Then the cab rolled forward half a block, engine still running, and just stopped. No skid marks, no crash. Her voice trembled. Eliza jotted notes. And you? What did you see? Just a shadow, the barista whispered, eyes wide. Something lean, hunched over him in the back seat. I thought it was a passenger, but it moved wrong. Like it wasn't human. Across the street, a janitor peeked from behind a dumpster. I saw it, too, he added. Tall, claustrophobic posture. Bones creaked when it moved, like an old door hinge. There it was again, a shadow. No face, no name, yet everybody saw it, or at least felt its presence. Eliza closed her eyes, replaying the fragments. Then she moved around to the driver's window and peered inside. On the passenger floor lay a napkin from the 24-hour diner next door, scrawled in red ink, "Don't trust the mirrors." She turned to Marcus. "Get CSI to dust for prints. Let's see whose blood this is." Her gaze returned to the mirror. A cracked warning staring back at her. Back at headquarters, Eliza spread the day's evidence across the conference room table, dashcam stills, field photos, witness statements. The cab's recording, grainy night vision footage, showed Miles picking up an anonymous passenger at precisely 12:55 a.m. The man, or thing, sat hunched in the back, face obscured by shadow. At one point, Miles glanced at the mirror, eyes widening as if he recognized something impossible. Then the feed cut to black. No crash. No struggle. Just darkness. Beside the cab files lay 3 previous case folders: Martin Reyes, who vanished from Westwood Avenue; Tanya Wu, whose SUV stalled on Redwood Street; Harold Simmons, the bus driver who never returned from his midnight run; and Liam O'Connor, the courier left alone in a dead-end alley. In each, the same patterns: broken mirrors, cryptic warnings, on walls, scraps of paper, even electronic displays, and pools of inexplicable blood. But always the void where the body should be. Eliza exhaled, pinching the bridge of her nose. This isn't standard homicide. It's something else. Commander Ortega looked up from his morning coffee. We need a suspect, detective. Grass is screaming for closure. They don't care if it's paranormal. They want a name, a face. She met his gaze. I understand, sir. But if this is what I think it is, a normal profile won't fit. She tapped a printout of a crime scene photo. Broken mirrors inside vehicles, messages warning people not to look. Something is targeting those who see too much. He set his mug down. Then find me proof. Or find me a perp. Either way, close the case. Eliza nodded curtly and packed her files. Outside, dawn bled orange across the skyline, brightening the pavement and terraces of South Vale's aging blocks. But as she stepped into the light, she felt the city's shadows clinging just beneath the surface, shadows that whispered in broken glass, that moved in the corners of the eye, that fed on fear. That night, Eliza returned to the scene with a pair of forensic technicians. Under the dim glow of her flashlight, she inspected the street from the sidewalk, retracing Miles's last known route. The cab still idled on the curb, windshield cracked, door ajar. A fluorescent street lamp flickered overhead. One technician called out softly, holding up a swab of blood from the headrest. Types consistent, human. No animal contamination. He bagged the sample. Eliza walked around the back, eyes drifting to every reflective surface, shop windows, a parked car's side mirror, even the polished hubcaps of a nearby sedan. 2 blocks down, she paused at a storefront with shattered glass. The director's sign inside lay face down, letters reversed, "Trust no one." Her heart thudded. Patterns repeating in cryptic whispers. Eliza felt the walls closing in. She raised her camera to photograph the sign, when a soft thud behind her made her whip around. Empty sidewalk. A stray plastic bag fluttered in a puddle. "Hello?" she called, voice echoing. No reply. A cold breeze whispered down the block, carrying the distant hum of traffic. But Eliza's ears caught something else, a faint scraping, like metal on concrete, coming from the alley between 2 buildings. She raised her flashlight and peered into the darkness. Halfway down, a door stood ajar, its handle swinging gently. Beyond, the alley's mouth curved out of sight. She switched on her radio. "Ruiz, I'm checking a possible lead, alley entrance on 321 Main. Keep the scene secure." He replied immediately. "Copy that." Eliza stepped forward. Her boots thudded on wet pavement. She shone the beam on the door's edge, scratches like talon marks etched into metal. She braced herself, hand on holster, and pushed the door open. Inside, the alley was narrow, littered with discarded boxes and broken bottles. A single flickering neon sign from the far street painted the walls in strobing red. At the far end, she made out a shape crouched behind an overturned bin, a figure elongated, limbs folded at sharp angles, its head cocked to one side as if listening. It wore the silhouette of a man, but the posture was wrong, spine curved unnaturally, shoulders too narrow for a human frame. Eliza's breath caught. She raised her flashlight, but the figure melted into shadow, receding down the corridor like ink dissolving in water. She spun, shining the beam on every surface, no cracks, no footprints, nothing. Frowning, she knelt to inspect the wet ground. Near the bin lay a torn piece of black fabric and another message scrawled in what looked like blood on a discarded cardboard box: "He who stares becomes the stared." Her pulse quickened as the letters seemed to pulsate in the dim light. Her radio crackled again. "Detective, you okay?" We're all clear here. Affirmative, she said, voice steady despite her racing heart. Just verifying. She exhaled, rose to her feet, and backed out of the alley, closing the door silently behind her. Outside, the street was quiet. The cab's taillights blinked in the distance, waiting. Eliza squared her shoulders. Someone, or something, had struck again. And for the first time, she knew the true danger, the eyes that watched from darkness, the reflections that whispered lies, and the fear that turned hunters into prey. She holstered her flashlight and walked back to her cruiser, determination hardening in her chest. This time, she vowed, she would catch it, before the city's shadows claimed another life. Detective Eliza Chen entered the evidence review room before first light, its walls lined with cabinets of sealed envelopes and locked drawers. The stale smell of paper and plastic evidence bags clung to the air. At the center, a long table was illuminated by a harsh overhead lamp, where 4 case folders lay side by side, each one bearing the yellowed label of a cold case that had haunted the Southvale district for years. Eliza sat and opened the first folder, labeled Reyes, November 3, 2024. Inside were crease-worn photos of a yellow cab parked at the curb of Westwood Avenue, its driver missing. The crime scene investigators' photographs were grainy, but the details were unmistakable: droplets of fresh, bright red blood on the driver's headrest, a note, scrawled in thick, urgent strokes, that read, "Mirror, mirror, hide me now." The rearview mirror hung askew, its glass shattered in a perfect spider web. She flipped through Reyes's background: 41 years old, Vietnam veteran, no family in town, by all accounts a cautious man who stuck to well-lit streets. Yet at 10:45 p.m., he vanished on a route he drove every night without incident. No witnesses saw him leave the vehicle, no bodies were ever recovered. His cab was towed and impounded, where it remained until the department closed the file months later. Eliza set the folder aside and opened the second, Wu, January 12, 2025. Tanya Wu, 32, ride-share driver. This case had drawn media attention initially for its unusual brutality. Her SUV stopped in the middle of Redwood Street, engine running, windows fogged from within. When officers approached, they found a single note pinned to the steering wheel with a butcher's knife: "Don't look back." Beneath, in smaller letters, "They follow from reflections." The officers smashed the side window to recover the note, but the glass beneath bore only faint scratches, no fingerprints, no sign of struggle. Surveillance cameras in the area captured a dark figure slipping into the back seat, but the footage was smudged and low resolution. Wu's phone pinged until the battery died. Her body was never found. Eliza touched the knife's photo, imagining it laid across the steering wheel in the dead of night. She shivered and closed the folder to reveal the third, Simmons, February 20, 2025. Harold "Smitty" Simmons, bus driver with a reputation for good humor, vanished from the depot at 11:30 p.m. His route was canceled late that night, but he was never seen returning to the garage. In the locker room they found his uniform hanging neatly, shoes polished to a shine. Yet in his locker lay a grim note, "Check your face when it fades." The bus itself, parked outside, bore no signs of damage. The inside lights were off, but the small mirror above the windshield was cracked, black veins spreading across its surface. Eliza's finger traced the crack in the photo. Each case seemed to play out the same malicious script: the victim alone in a vehicle or private space, a shattered mirror or reflection device, an ominous note written in blood or pressed into view, and then, nothing. Only the echo of a name called out into an empty night. Finally, she opened the fourth folder: O'Connor, April 5, 2025. Liam O'Connor, bicycle courier. His GPS tracker showed him weaving through narrow alleys until abruptly stopping at an unremarkable dead end behind a warehouse. His delivery package lay intact on the ground, his bike helmet and phone still in place, but no sign of him. On the cracked wall behind the warehouse was scrawled, in fresh blood, the warning: "Don't paint your face with lies." Investigators noted the nature of the inscription: slick, hurried strokes, as if by someone unaccustomed to writing. No fingerprints, no DNA besides the blood, which matched O'Connor's. Eliza closed the folder and leaned back, the overhead light suddenly feeling too bright. For victims, for disappearances, for shattered mirrors or reflections, for cryptic warnings directed at the victim's perception, and now Connor Miles joining their ranks. She rubbed her eyes, overwhelmed by the pattern emerging like an unseen script. Her radio crackled. "Detective Chen, you ready?" Marcus's voice was calm. "Almost," she replied, stacking the folders neatly. "Meet me at the conference room in 5. In the small conference room, Eliza arranged the cold case files alongside the Miles investigation materials. Whiteboards bore hastily written timelines and arrows connecting clues. A digital display showed still frames from the cab's dashcam, Miles glancing at the rearview mirror, his face contorting in alarm as the shadowed passenger bent unnaturally toward him. The feed cut abruptly to black. Marcus leaned over the table. "We've got 4 victims stretching back 6 months. No bodies. Only cryptic warnings, never the same exactly, but always about mirrors or reflections. And always written in something bloody." Detective Julia Park, newly assigned, frowned. Could be a serial killer with a gimmick, smashing mirrors, using their own blood to send warnings, then kidnapping them in the dark. Eliza shook her head. "But look at this," she said, pointing to the notes section. "These victims all worked at night, routes that keep them isolated. Their disappearances all happen in dimly lit, reflective environments, inside vehicles, locker rooms with polished metal, even alleys with broken shop windows. If it was human, we'd have CCTV faces. We have nothing but shadows." Marcus tapped the dashcam still. "What if they're just good at evading cameras? Wearing masks, timing it precisely. Then how do they disappear so completely? No bodies, no traces left behind except blood that matches the victim's own." Eliza paused. "It's like they fracture a person's reflection before they abduct them, and that shattered reflection leaves behind the real person. Think about it. The mirror breaks, image shattered, body vanishes. Julia's eyes widen. You mean, some supernatural force that uses mirrors as a portal? Eliza didn't answer immediately. She stared at the cracked rearview image on the screen, fractal patterns like spiderwebs radiating from an invisible point. I don't know, she admitted. But we need to consider possibilities beyond standard suspects. At this point, ignoring it won't make it go away. She pulled out her phone and opened a folder labeled Paranormal Investigations, materials she'd secretly gathered over the years, dossier on local urban legends, unexplained phenomena, and anecdotal reports from officers who'd witnessed inexplicable events. She slid it across to Marcus and Julia. Take a look, she said. If we're dealing with something beyond a human criminal, we need to understand its nature. These files document mirror-related incidents in this district going back decades, disappearances, suicides, even reports of people seeing their reflections move independently. Marcus frowned, then leafed through a yellowed newspaper clipping from 1983. 3 children vanish from Funhouse Mirror Maze at Southvale Carnival. No trace ever found. Julia's jaw tightened as she read a typed report of a department psychologist who'd claimed some witnesses developed acute mirror-related phobias afterward. Silence fell. None of them liked where this was heading, but none could dismiss the evidence. Eliza spoke quietly, determination sharpening her tone. We need to track the source. If someone, or something, is hunting people through their reflected images, we have to find where they're anchoring their power. And we have to stop it before our next victim inspects their mirror. She spent the next hour coordinating surveillance, undercover officers on night routes, patrolled cars with rear-view cameras, mobile units instructed to monitor reflective surfaces for anomalies. Marcus would liaise with forensics to test every mirror and reflective surface for trace substances, chemical residues that might indicate a pattern or material used to fracture glass. Julia would cross-reference urban legend reports with current case locations to find hotspots, areas where mirror-related incidents had occurred historically. As dawn crept into the sky, Eliza prepared to leave. She paused at the door and turned back to the whiteboard, where she'd outlined the mirror pattern. Victim alone in reflective environment. Blood-based warning. Shattered mirror or reflection device. Disappearance with no trace. She tapped her finger on the last point. This thing is evolving. The messages are different each time, never identical wording. It's learning, adapting. We can't assume it'll hit the same pattern twice. Her gaze hardened. But we can anticipate its moves. In the hallway, she found Marcus gathering his coat. Eliza, he said softly, if, hypothetically, this is supernatural, what do we do? She met his eyes, resolute. We treat it like any killer, gather evidence, protect the public, and bring it into the light. If it's shadow and glass, then we need truth as our weapon. He nodded slowly. Let's hope we're ready for whatever this is. As she stepped out into the chill morning air, Eliza looked up at the gleaming facades of South Vale's office towers. Their mirrored exteriors reflected the pale sunrise, but beneath those reflections lay darkness she intended to unravel. She slid into her cruiser, radio crackling with new orders, patrol District 7's main corridors at night, inspect all reflective surfaces, and report anything unusual. It was a start. Tonight, she vowed, she would watch the mirrors, and whoever, or whatever, peer back. And this time, she would be ready. Detective Eliza Chin arrived at the Miles residence just before dusk, the sky a bruise of purples and grays pressing against the street. The small bungalow sat at the end of a quiet co-block, white paint peeling from the wooden siding, a single porch light flickering. Inside, the faint scent of stale coffee and linoleum mixed with something coppery, as if blood had soaked into the carpets and been scrubbed only halfway away. She was greeted by Officer Park, who stood stiffly on the porch. "Detective, Mrs. Miles is inside. She's asked for privacy but agreed to answer questions." His tone was gentle but guarded. Eliza nodded and stepped through the foyer, careful not to disturb the scattered children's toys or the half-empty tissue box on the coffee table. Connor's wife, Dana, sat on a sagging love seat, cradling a framed photo of her husband. She was small and round-shouldered, dark circles under her eyes, as though sleepless nights had hollowed her face. Eliza took the seat across from her, placing a notebook on the coffee table. "Mrs. Miles," Eliza began softly, "I know this is difficult, but I need to understand Connor's last hours. Anything you tell me may help us find him." Dana's lips quivered. She studied the photo, Connor in uniform, smiling beneath the city lights. "He was fine. He kissed me goodbye at midnight, said he'd be home by 1:30. We have a daughter, 2 years old. He called her before every shift. Last night, he sent me a text around 12:50, said he picked up a fare near Ventura." Eliza opened her notebook. "Any complaints? Anything unusual about his work lately?" Dana shook her head vigorously. "No. He said some passengers were quiet. A little creepy, but he laughed it off. He loved driving, meeting people, talking. He never mentioned violence or threats." Eliza jotted down the detail. "After he didn't come home, when did you report him missing?" "By 2 a.m., Dana whispered. I tried calling his phone, straight to voicemail. I went to the precinct at 3, but by then he was already gone." She swallowed hard and pointed to the kitchen. "He would always leave an empty water glass on that counter. When I looked this morning, it was still there. I took it to the lab for prints." Eliza filed the information, then stood. "Thank you, Mrs. Miles. We'll do everything we can." She paused. "We recovered a small key-shaped charm from your cab's floor. Does that look familiar?" She showed Dana a photo on her phone. Tears welled. "He never. Where would he have gotten that?" Eliza slid the phone away. "We'll trace it. In the meantime, I'd like to see the cab. Dana nodded, her face a map of grief. The Miles cab sat under a canopy in the impound lot, its engine cold and passenger door still hanging open. Eliza donned gloves and crouched inside. The headrest's blood smears had darkened to maroon, tacky with age. She swabbed several spots, careful to avoid contaminating latent prints. On the driver's side floorboard lay that same diner napkin, its message now fragmented. Only the words "mirrors" and "don't" were legible. She turned her flashlight to the glove compartment. The latch was forced open, contents scattered, a logbook with names and destinations, a half-empty bottle of water, and a small paper envelope. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph. Eliza held it up, a grainy image of the cab's rear seat, empty except for the shadowed shape of an indistinct figure. But reflected in the window behind that shape was something else entirely, a jagged silhouette, arms splayed like gnarled branches, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. Eliza's pulse quickened. She carefully bagged the photo, then stood and walked around the vehicle. On the passenger window, scrawled in what looked like fingernail scratching glass, were the words, "Look behind you." She snapped a photograph and stepped back. From her bag she removed a portable mirror, placing it on the pavement at waist height. The mirror's surface gleamed. Eliza took a cautious step forward and peered into it. For a fleeting heartbeat, she saw her own reflection, and then, perched behind her in the mirror's frame, was a second face, hollowed eyes, a twisted grin. She spun around. Empty lot. Only street lamps and chain-link fences. Shaken, she exhaled and deactivated the mirror stand. Evidence text, she called into her radio earpiece, "Dust this glass and run prints on the window markers." Someone was here, and this wasn't human. Back at the precinct, Eliza convened her core team. On the whiteboard, she scribbled blood symbols. "We now have Polaroids showing the entity's true shape, if that's what it is. We have printed messages on 3 vehicles now, each implying that the victim's reflection was the trigger." Detective Park aligned images on the board, the Polaroid from the Miles cab, the note from Tanya Wu's steering wheel, the garage wall behind O'Connor's delivery. Each image displayed unique symbols, eerie phrases and cryptic directives. "Look behind you, don't trust mirrors, they follow from reflections." Each handwritten in a substance matching the victim's blood type. Dr. Allison Reed, the department's forensic psychologist, studied the patterns. The messages all share a theme: the victims are being warned after the event. Whoever, or whatever, is targeting them is toying with them, heightening terror before the final act. Eliza nodded. But it's more than psychological terror. It's like a ritual, blood as medium, mirrors as altar, the victim's reflection as sacrifice. Marcus frowned. "We've tested for toxins or chemicals in the blood. Nothing foreign, no drugs, no hallucinogens. It's pure." Eliza tapped the board. "So it's not merely staging, it's the trigger. Something supernatural or psychokinetic is at work." They studied the symbols, each phrase carved, smudged, or painted, but all bearing the victim's DNA. Reed's voice softened. In folklore, blood is a potent magical substance, binding, sacrificial, revealing. Mirrors are gateways to other worlds, traps for spirits. Combine blood and mirrors, and you get a portal, or a binding ritual. Eliza exhaled. Which could explain the missing bodies, drawn into that portal. She pressed her palm to the board. Our next step is to identify where this ritual is anchored. If it's a location, a building, a room, a site, we can rate it. But it could be tethered to every reflective surface in the district. Julia Park spoke up. Maybe we track down where the notes originated. Ink analysis, handwriting comparison. Find the author, if it's human, before we call it supernatural. Eliza considered. We'll cross-reference the handwriting on the notes with local printer copies and surveillance of print shops. But I want a parallel team scouring historical records for previous mirror rituals or disappearances. If this entity has been active for decades, we'll find its mark. That night, Eliza sat at her dining room table, staring at the Polaroid on display next to her laptop. Outside, Los Angeles lights winked through the window. She tapped at her keyboard, pulling up digital archives of historical newspapers. Under dim lamplight, she scrolled through accounts of peculiar deaths. A woman in 1932 who murdered herself after accusing her reflection of whispering. A carnival maze accident in 1958 where 3 children disappeared from a hall of broken mirrors. A mid-century photographer who claimed her negatives captured something alive between frames. Nicole, her partner in the Paranormal Investigations Unit, barged in carrying 2 coffees. You look like you've seen a ghost. Eliza accepted the cup gratefully. Feels like one. The archival records are unsettling. This pattern's been cropping up in Southvale every few decades. Nicole set her cup down and glanced at the Polaroid. That shape in the photo, it matches the description from 1958. The carnival legend says a vendor trapped a demon in a mirror maze, but it was never contained. Kids vanished, maze burned to the ground, demon released. Eliza nodded. And now it's resurfacing, feeding on people who see reflections. My worry is it's multiplying. Each victim's blood message seems like a summoning or reinforcement. Nicole frowned. If it's bound to mirrors, maybe we disrupt it by sealing mirrors, covering glass surfaces, or ritual cleansing. Eliza took a slow sip. I've already ordered mirror sealant for critical sites, the precinct, hospitals, public vehicles. We'll see if containment works. Nicole's eyes lit up. And meanwhile, we find its lair, if it has one. Any location tied to multiple incidents. Eliza tapped her mug. We cross-matched the disappearance sites with carnival grounds, old funhouses, mirror factories. There's one overlapping area, an abandoned amusement park on the district's edge. It closed in the early 60s after a fire. That's where the 1958 maze was. Nicole's face tightened. You think it's still there? Eliza's gaze hardened. I think we're about to find out. As the night deepened, the two women pored over maps and photos, plotting coordinates on a shared screen. The abandoned park lay in shadowed hills, overgrown, fences rusted through. A single looping road wound up from the city below, headlights barely piercing the gloom. Eliza closed her laptop. Tomorrow evening, we go in. SWAT, tech team, forensic, and your unit. We'll bring gear to seal mirrors and cameras to document everything. We find that maze, and we either end this, or we become the next missing. Nicole placed a steady hand on her shoulder. We'll be ready. Eliza looked out at the city lights. Another disappearance could happen tonight, another shattered mirror, another blood-scrawled message. But as the promise of dawn hovered on the horizon, she felt something she hadn't in months: hope. They had a lead. And now, they would confront the darkness directly. Tomorrow, they would enter the heart of the ritual, face the entity, and fight for every reflection in the city. Tonight, Eliza allowed herself one deep breath, bracing for the storm to come. The headlights of the unmarked SUV carved twin beams through the overgrowth as Detective Eliza Chen led the advance team down the cracked access road toward the ruins of Silvervale Amusement Park. A half-moon hovered low in the sky, pale and unblinking, casting ghostly light over rusted rides and toppled concession stands. The air was damp and chilling. Small frogs croaked in the underbrush, and the faint clatter of broken metal echoed like distant laughter. Eliza hit the roof-mounted strobe to signal the all-clear and cut the engine, silencing the convoy's rumble. Behind her, Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz checked his radio, all units in position. Thermal scopes active. Cameras rolling. Detective Julia Park, carrying a full-spectrum LED lamp, crouched beside Eliza. You sure about this? It's been closed since '62. Nobody in there for 60-odd years. Eliza's jaw set. That's exactly why it's perfect. No civilians to get caught up. And if the entity has a tether here, this is where it started. Ahead, the park entrance gate sagged on one hinge, the faded sign, Silvervale, swaying on rusted springs. She stepped forward, followed by 3 uniformed officers, a SWAT medic, and Nicole with her paranormal investigation kit, EMF readers, salt lines, and mirror-sealing sheaths. Each carried a sidearm or compact shotgun. Eliza's Glock weighed reassuringly at her hip. She unholstered a portable floodlight and clicked it on. Its harsh beam illuminated a broken ticket booth. Glass shattered across the threshold. We stick to pairs, she instructed. No one ignores the buddy system. Cameras, record everything. We find that maze first. The team slipped inside. The ticket plaza was overgrown, weeds pushing through cracked pavers. To the left, the carousel lay toppled, horses splintered, paint faded. To the right, a carousel operator's booth, now empty and dark. The path beyond led toward the park's central corridor, flanked by abandoned rides. A low fog gathered at their ankles. Eliza consulted her map. The funhouse was at the heart of the park, past the Ferris wheel, now a skeletal wheel of metal spokes, and the bumper cars, whose concrete pit held pools of stagnant water. As they passed, Nicole paused before a broken bumper car mirror, its glass nearly intact but empty of reflection. She taped a silver-gilt mirror sealing sheet over the shattered surface. "Covered," she whispered. Eliza nodded, then lifted her lamp to examine the entrance to the funhouse, double doors with stained glass panels depicting grinning jesters, heads tilted at unnatural angles. The paint was flaking, wood worm-eaten, but the doors still swung open on creaking hinges. Behind them lay a dim, narrow corridor, wallpaper peeling in vertical strips, once bright chevrons now dulled by grime. A string of bare bulbs hung overhead, most shattered, a few flickering sporadically. Ahead, a long mirror stretched across the left wall, its surface dull but unbroken. Marcus whispered, "I see it, first mirror." He trained a small camera on the glass. The team froze, and Eliza stepped forward, chest clenched. In the reflection, she saw herself and the officer beside her, but behind their images, something flickered, a shadow, hunched, just beyond the lamp's reach. She flinched, eyes darting to the end of the corridor, but there was nothing there. "Seal it," Eliza ordered. Nicole stepped forward and pressed a sheet of reflective block polymer over the glass. Instantly, the mirror's sheen vanished, replaced by a matte gray surface. Eliza tested it with her fingers. No give, no crack. Good. They moved on. The corridor opened into a wider chamber, once a hall of distortion mirrors, now half caved in. Frames and panes lay strewn on rotting floorboards. Splintered wood, shards of glass, and the moldering carcasses of funhouse gimmicks littered the ground. Eliza scanned the scene. This is where the carnival story began. Where those children vanished. She stepped carefully through the debris. Find anything intact, any mirror or journal, anything referencing the ritual. Julia crouched to inspect a small chest at the base of a shattered mirror frame. She pried it open, revealing a rusted metal tin. "Detective, over here." Inside lay a weathered notebook, its cover leather cracked, a simple iron clasp holding it shut. She handed it to Eliza. Eliza opened the notebook, gingerly leafing through yellowed pages. The handwriting was cramped, spidery, entries dated 1958. June 14th, the labyrinth of glass holds her. Each reflection feeds the knot at my throat, grows stronger with every tear. She read another line, "Blood is the key. I must break the glass or set her free." Smears of dried blood dotted the page. A sudden clang echoed from deeper within the funhouse, metal striking concrete. Officers drew weapons. Floodlights clicked on, illuminating two kids of hallways, one leading left, the other right. Eliza raised her hand. Left appears structurally unstable. We go right. She tucked the notebook into her jacket and signaled the team forward. They advanced, stepping over broken glass. On the right wall, a solitary mirror stood intact, tall, narrow, its ornate frame tarnished but whole. Eliza's breath caught. The mirror's surface rippled oddly, as though water lay behind it. She edged closer. "Step back," she said quietly to the nearest officer, Detective Park. Reaching out, Eliza pressed her palm against the glass. It was cold, colder than the night air. A distant voice crackled through the comms, unusual readings on EMF, rising spikes. Up to 25 milligauss. Nicole's voice, taut with excitement and fear. Eliza withdrew her hand. The reflection shimmered. In it, she saw not herself but a field of tall grass under moonlight and a child's silhouette turning, head cocked at the same impossible angle. She staggered back, heart pounding. "Cover it," she shouted. Nicole slapped another sealing sheet over the mirror. The ripple ceased, and the gasping image vanished. The ornate frame clattered against the boarded-up wall. Suddenly, a guttural moan reverberated through the funhouse, a sound that wasn't quite human. Technicians raised flashlights, illuminating the corridors. Dust motes danced like fireflies in the beams. Eliza drew her weapon and swept the group forward, toward the source of the sound. They rounded a corner into a room that must once have housed a hall of funhouse attractions. Broken mannequins hung from rusted hooks, their limbs twisted. A piano lay on its side, half submerged in a murky puddle. On the far wall, spray-painted in what looked like dried blood, the words, "Here she waits." Eliza's stomach churned. Nicole, EMF readings. Through the roof, now at 40 milligauss. Nicole's voice trembled. Footsteps clanged overhead, metal against wood. Something moved above them. "Second floor," Eliza said, nodding to Marcus. "Take point." They climbed a rickety staircase, each step groaning under weight. The balustrade was half gone, handrails splintered. At the top, a narrow hallway led to what had once been the mirror maze proper. The walls were lined with mirrors set in wooden frames. Only a few remained, most broken or cracked. Ahead, a pale figure stood motionless, head tilted. It wore a child's party dress, stained and torn. Its hair was lank and matted, its eyes, in the mirror reflection behind it, gleamed like obsidian. Eliza swallowed. "Stay back," she whispered, raising her flashlight to illuminate the figure. It didn't move. She took a step forward. Then, as if sensing her, the figure bolted, through the spaced frames, dashing into the maze's deeper recesses. "After it!" Eliza commanded. The chase began, narrow corridors twisting unpredictably. Flashlight beams bounced off broken glass, creating strobing patterns. Each reflection teased them with glimpses of movement, shadows flitting just beyond the beam's reach. Eliza kept sight of the small figure, ducking around a corner and down an incline, collided briefly with an officer before sprinting on. The EMF reader in Nicole's hand clattered as spikes registered above 50 milligauss. At the maze's center, they found an intact triangular mirror chamber, 3 mirrors forming an alcove. In its reflection, dozens of small silhouettes circled like prey. In the center, the child figure huddled, head bowed. Eliza stepped forward. "We have you," she called. But the moment her flashlight beam entered the chamber, the glass faces shimmered and then fractured simultaneously, splinters rattling on the floor. A pulse of energy knocked the team back, phones and cameras crackling and cutting out. When the dust settled, the figure and the shattered chamber were gone. Only jagged shards lay strewn across broken floorboards. The EMF reader dropped to 0. Silence reclaimed the funhouse. Breathing hard, Eliza knelt amid the glass. She gathered a shard, its surface seemed to undulate, as if alive. She held it close. Inside the fracture, she thought she saw a swirling mist, a tiny silhouette of the child, beckoning. She shivered and pocketed the shard. Around her, the team regrouped, weapons raised, eyes wide. Eliza rose slowly. "It's gone deeper," she said. "And it's not alone." She tapped her command, "We're holding at the mirror maze center. Need extraction for some team members and medics, possible psych exposure. Also, bring containers for glass samples. This ends tonight. We push on or we pull out." Silence answered, broken only by distant creaks of the collapsing funhouse. Eliza's heart pounded, adrenaline sharp. She stared at the shattered frames at her feet, the remains of a ritual begun decades ago but not ended. Somewhere ahead lay the entity's heart, and she vowed she would follow its echo into any darkness to stop it, before another victim paid the price in blood and broken reflections. Detective Eliza Chin eased through the gaping hole where the funhouse wall had collapsed, the fresh night air washing over her in ragged breaths. Behind her, her team moved with tense deliberation, gathering shattered glass and surveying the debris field for any sign of their quarry, or worse, a trap. The moon overhead was hidden by restless clouds, leaving the ruins cloaked in moving shadows. In her jacket pocket, Eliza carried the notebook they'd found in the distorted mirror chamber, the 1958 journal of Harold Whitaker, the carnival's chief engineer and, as local legend held, the architect of the mirror maze ritual. Tonight, she intended to decipher his words written in fear and obsession, and find a way to end the curse that had claimed so many lives. They regrouped at the mouth of the old hall, where a fallen support beam carved an impromptu barrier between the funhouse's front and its inner sanctum. Nicole crouched beside one of the SWAT techs, bagging samples of the anomalous mirror shards. Detective Park scanned the darkness with a laser pointer, tracking every movement in the long corridor beyond. Lieutenant Ruiz checked his watch, tension etched in his features. Eliza unzipped the notebook's leather binding and flipped through the brittle pages. The handwriting ran small and cramped, as though penned in confined quarters. June 16, 1958. The mirrors respond to blood. I have tested on animals, chickens, a stray dog. Each fracture opens the veil wider. I fear what waits behind. She traced the words with her fingertip. Blood fractures the barrier, she murmured. Veil opens. Something steps through. She looked up at the broken corridor leading deeper into the funhouse's heart. Ruiz glanced at her. "We can't just wander in blindly, Eliza." She closed the journal. "We won't. I have an idea. If we replicate Whitaker's precautions, we might contain it long enough to strike." She tapped the notebook's worn pages. He described sealing mirrors with lead sheeting and inscribing containment sigils around each frame. But he warns that one miswritten symbol can rend the bond irreparably. Nicole straightened and held up a small flashlight. "We can mark each mirror as we go, using chalk symbols derived from his notes. Seal with polymer sheets, no reflections, no crossings." She offered Eliza a pack of chalk. Eliza nodded. "Good. Park, you and I mark. Nicole, you monitor EMF. Marcus, stand ready with the breach team beyond the final chamber." She slid the notebook into her jacket and rose. "Let's move." They plunged into the corridor. The air grew colder, dank with the funk of rot and mildew. Every footstep echoed, limbs of metal and wood groaned overhead, and unseen critters scuttled in the gloom. The walls, once clown-bright, were plastered with peeling posters of smiling jesters and faded carnival fonts. Here and there, cracked mirrors protruded from the wreckage, their surfaces rippled like water. Eliza paused at the first mirror. She knelt and drew a spiral sigil around its frame, curving lines interwoven like a labyrinth. Then Nicole pressed a reflective block sheet into place. The glass turned from murky to flat gray. Eliza tapped the sigil and whispered, "Bound." They moved on to the next. In silence, they repeated the ritual: chalk sigil, sealing sheet, whispered oath. Each mirror they bound diminished the EMF spikes, the reader's dial flickering but failing to ring out. The corridor sloped downward, ending at a heavy wooden door marked, "Private, Employees Only." Its paint bubbled and warped. Eliza's heart hammered. This should lead to the maintenance tunnels beneath the park, where Whitaker built his chamber. She tested the handle. Locked. She handed the notebook to Park. "Look for clues. There must be a key or combination." Park flipped to Whitaker's entries. "Here, the staff-only door carries the ward." 3 knocks, then the sigil drawn in salt. She set down the notebook and produced a syringe of salt crystals from Nicole's kit. Park tapped a steady beat, knock, knock, knock. Then, with trembling hand, she sketched the spiral sigil in salt on the door's paint. The wood shivered, then creaked open. Inside lay a narrow stairwell descending into deeper darkness. A musty wind exhaled from below, carrying distant echoes, water dripping, metal cables creaking, and that low, resonant hum of something breathing within the walls. Eliza gestured her team down, hand on her weapon. The stairwell emptied into a vast subterranean chamber. Pale, damp stone walls arched overhead, and a network of rusted pipes snaked along the ceiling. At the room's center stood a half-ruined dais, atop which a large, cracked mirror leaned against a metal frame. Beneath it, An angular pentagonal symbol was etched into the concrete floor, its lines stained dark with old blood. Eliza swept her flashlight across the chamber. This is it. Whitaker's original maze endpoint. She approached the mirror, voice soft. He wrote that his final binding ritual required a pure blood sacrifice and the mirror's destruction. She knelt at the pentagon. In fractured handwriting, the ritual was described. 1 drop of pure intention's blood upon the mirror's heart. Then, with lead hammer, shatter the face. Seal the frame with sigils of binding. The entity is cast back, sealed in mirrored shards, until the next christening moon. Eliza's breath caught. Pure blood, meaning his own. Or an innocence. She looked at her team. We can't sacrifice a person. But maybe, she raised her hand. We replicate the ritual using my blood, drawn in a controlled manner, and then destroy the mirror. If Whitaker did it once, we can do it again. Nicole's eyes widened. But we'd have to draw enough blood to open the breach, and reclose it immediately. She swallowed. You're willing to. Eliza met her gaze. I've seen what it does. It feeds on fear, breathes life from someone's reflection. If I can end it here, ensure no more blood mirror killings, then yes. Marcus stepped forward. We'll cover you. But you'll need a medic on standby. Eliza nodded. Park, prep the med kit. Nicole, get the EMF reader at 0 before we start. Team, it's going to get loud. Expect a backlash when we crack that mirror. They formed a circle around the dais. Park produced a small tourniquet and syringe, cleaned the back of Eliza's hand. A medic knelt at her side, ready. Eliza flexed her fingers and pressed the tourniquet tight. Her hand trembled as the needle pierced her skin. Warm blood welled and dripped onto the pentagonal heart of the mirror. As the crimson pooled, the EMF reader clattered upward, spiking into the hundreds. The air grew electric, distant moans reverberated through the stone. Shadows danced along the walls, coalescing into humanoid shapes at the chamber's perimeter. Eliza inhaled deeply, eyes locked on the mirror's fractured surface. With her free hand, she gripped a lead hammer forged for riot duty, the heaviest tool they carried underground, and raised it high. The team tensed, weapons drawn, as the shapes converged, reaching towards the bleeding floor. Now! Eliza screamed, and brought the hammer down. The lead head struck the mirror's center with a resonant clang. Cracks raced outward in a spiderweb pattern. As the blade of the hammer sank into the glass, the chamber erupted, a sonic boom that rattled their teeth, a shockwave that threw them back. The mirror shattered inwards, shards raining down like jagged rain. A howl unlike any human cry reverberated, echoing off stone walls. The black shapes writhed and faded, sucked back into the broken panes. Their screams twisted into silence as each shard clinked to the floor, motionless. The EMF reader spun and plummeted until its needle rested squarely at 0. A hush fell, broken only by the labored breathing of Eliza and her team. Eliza spat a bead of blood from her lips. She rose unsteadily and surveyed the rubble. The mirror was gone, replaced by a pile of inert fragments. The floor's pentagon was smeared with her blood, and nothing else moved within the chamber. Nicole exhaled, tears shining in her eyes. "You did it." Eliza's vision swam. She set her boot on the shards and stamped once, crushing a sliver beneath her soul. The piece glowed faintly before dulling, its darkness no longer alive. She looked at her bleeding hand, lantern light catching on the blood. "Seal it," she rasped. Park sprinkled fresh chalk sigils around the broken frame and scattered salt across the floor's pentagon. Nicole sealed the exit door's mirror panel with a final reflective block sheet. Eliza watched, chest heaving, until every potential reflection was covered. Silence reigned. Outside, the old amusement park was still, no distant laughter, no unseen watchers in the dark. Eliza exhaled, the weight of exhaustion pressing on her limbs. Lieutenant Ruiz approached. "Radio in. Tell them it's contained." Eliza wiped blood from her palm and tapped her radio. "Base, containment confirmed. Entity neutralized at source. Initiate cleanup and evidence recovery. Medical evacuation for one." She closed her eyes, leaning against the crumbling wall. The adrenaline drain left her vision hazy. But she smiled, exhaustion mixing with relief. Tonight, she had shattered the mirror that had haunted Southdale for generations. As she slumped to the floor, her thoughts drifted to the countless reflections still out there, in cars, in windows, in people's homes. But if Whitaker's ritual held, and Eliza's final strike had sealed it forever, then those mirrors would no longer be portals, no longer feeding darkness. They would be just glass again. Her last conscious thought, as the medic knelt beside her and the room faded to black, was simple and true: enough. The aftermath of the ritual in the subterranean chamber felt eerily serene. Dawn's first pale light filtered through the cracked skylight above the old maintenance room, illuminating the scattered shards of glass, the chalked sigils, and the faint pool of Eliza's blood still drying on the cold stone floor. The team moved methodically, gathering evidence, bagging mirror fragments, photographing the chalk symbols, collecting sediment samples from the floor's pentagon, and yet no one spoke above a whisper. It was as though the entity's final scream had drained the air of all sound, leaving behind an almost sacred hush. Eliza leaned against the rough-hewn wall, her side pressed to the ancient stone, and closed her eyes. A medic dabbed gently at the puncture site on her hand while Officer Park checked her vitals. She could taste the metallic tang of her own blood on her tongue. In that quiet moment, fatigue draped over her like a heavy cloak. Every muscle in her body ached, every breath felt borrowed. "Detective Chen," Lieutenant Ruiz said softly, kneeling beside her. "I've got the command post on the radio. They're pulling the containment sheets on the tunnels and redirecting traffic around the park. Forensics will be here in 20 minutes. Eliza nodded, opening her eyes to meet his. "Good. Make sure they log every shard. This ritual's ingredients might teach us something. She forced a smile. And thank you for covering the perimeter. He offered a tight grin in return. That's what I'm here for. She rose slowly, testing her weight on both legs. Around them, the rest of the team busied themselves, their silhouettes haloed by the scattered morning light. All except Nicole, who stood at the edge of the pentagon, staring down at the floor with haunted eyes. Eliza, Nicole whispered, stepping closer. Before we sealed that mirror, I thought I saw something in the shard you crushed. A face, like a memory. Are you sure it's over? Eliza placed a hand on Nicole's shoulder. I saw it too. But once the mirror shattered, the energy collapsed. That face was the echo of the last victim, drawn into the glass. We released it. Now the shard's inert. Nicole exhaled, her shoulders sagging. I keep wondering if any of that can still linger, no matter how many sigils we draw. Fear lingers, Eliza admitted quietly. But this evil, it's born of reflection. Without a complete glass surface, it can't anchor itself. We've broken its mirrors. Now it has nowhere to hide. Nicole nodded, wiping at her eyes. Then let's finish up. I need to get, she broke off, swallowing hard. I need a break from all this glass. Eliza offered her a small smile. Come with me. I'll get you coffee. By mid-morning, the team had exited the park grounds. The shuttle van carried them to the command post set up in a caravan of trailers beside the chain-link fence. Inside, screens displayed the containment status of each mirror seal and live feeds from the cameras planted throughout the amusement park. Forensics technicians labored to bag and label every piece of reflective debris. In a quieter corner, Eliza sat at a folding table, cleaning her wound and completing her report. The medic hovered nearby, offering gauze and antiseptic. She paused, staring at the notebook they'd recovered, its pages now smeared with her blood and inscribed with Whitaker's frantic scrawl. Placing a hand on the leather cover, she felt the weight of history, decades of fear, of victims lost behind glass, of the ritual begun by an engineer's hubris and perpetuated by human curiosity. Behind her, two technicians unloaded a box of glass shards. One held up a fragment that still bore a faint ripple, as though water lay frozen beneath its surface. The technician frowned. Chief, this piece isn't inert. It's vibrating. EMF readings through the roof. Eliza snapped around, eyes narrowing. She rose abruptly, though the medic protested. Show me. They led her outside to a containment tent where shards were sorted on a table. Under the technician's gloves, the fragment pulsed with a muted luminescence, rippling like a dark tide. The EMF reader hovered at 80 milligauss, far above ambient but below the peaks they'd seen underground. Eliza knelt and reached for the shard. Here, she said, pressing a fresh mirror seal sheet over it. The surface dulled immediately, and the EMF spiked momentarily before collapsing to zero. The technician exhaled. Sealed. Eliza straightened, heart pounding. Double bag and label it as high priority inert. We'll store it separately. She turned to the medic. Finish with my wound. Then call me when you're done. Once her hand was bandaged properly, Eliza stepped outside into the bright California sun. The scent of eucalyptus and gasoline mixed in the lot. She closed her eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, trying to let go of the lingering tension. Lieutenant Ruiz approached. We've got a call from command. They want you to brief the chief at headquarters by 2 p.m. After that, you'll debrief with internal affairs to finalize the containment procedures. Eliza nodded. Understood. Let them know I'll be there. As Ruiz walked away, Eliza spotted Nicole leaning against the trailer's side, steam rising from a paper cup of coffee. She walked over. Here, she said, offering the cup. Strong. Nicole accepted it gratefully and took a sip. Thanks. She blew on the coffee. I needed this. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the forensics teams continue their work. Finally, Nicole wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Will I ever feel normal again, Eliza? Eliza considered the question carefully. Maybe not normal, she admitted. But you'll feel safe. That's different. She put a hand on Nicole's back. We've broken its anchor. Now let's make sure nothing else can ever recreate it. Nicole nodded. Right. Later that afternoon, Eliza drove her cruiser back to the 911 center with the notebook and evidence bagged in the passenger seat. The sun was high, but the streets felt hollow, as though the city's pulse had momentarily skipped a beat. She parked in the underground garage at headquarters and carried her evidence inside, greeted by the sharp scent of office coffee and the drone of fluorescent lights. In the conference room, Chief Marquez sat at the head of the table, flanked by his lieutenants. A single projector displayed a slide labeled Operation Mirror Breaker, After Action Brief. As Eliza laid out the sequence of events, disappearances, investigation, ritual confrontation, she saw the chief's expression harden. When she finished, he nodded curtly. Detective Chen, he said, your team's work was unprecedented. If it hadn't been for your willingness to step outside protocol, he stopped himself, then continued more softly, and your own sacrifice, who knows how many more would have vanished. Eliza straightened. My priority was stopping the entity. Losses would have been far greater. She met his gaze steadily. We must catalog every shard, every sigil, every note in that journal. We've contained this, but we must archive it thoroughly, so no one ever repeats the ritual. Chief Marquez rubbed his temples. Agreed. But institutionally, we'll classify this as an extraordinary case, confidential. Only sworn officers with a need to know. Eliza inclined her head. Understood. The chief paused. But detective, if anything else comes through a mirror, any irregularity, directly to me. And get your hand checked again. I don't want complications. She managed a small smile. Thank you, sir. As she left the room, her phone buzzed with a message from Lieutenant Ruiz. Lab confirms. All shards inert and sealed. No residual EMF outside containment. Great work. She replied quickly, acknowledged. Thanks. Walking through the precinct's corridors, Eliza passed rows of cubicles where officers tapped keyboards and answered phones. She paused at her own desk, the nameplate still gleaming, Detective Eliza Chen. On the corner lay a single Polaroid, the one showing the shadowed figure twisted in the cab seat. Under glass block sheeting, it no longer vibrated or pulsed. It was just a photograph once more. Eliza picked it up, turning it over in her hand. For a long moment, she allowed herself to remember the fear that had shot through her when she first saw it, the impossible angles, the empty eyes, the sense that something inhuman watched from behind every reflective surface. But now, encased in polymer, encircled by sigils and bound by chalk and salt, the terror felt distant, like the echo of a nightmare fading on waking. She set the Polaroid face down on her desk and tapped her computer's screen to begin the final paperwork. The city beyond the windows pulsed with life, people hurrying along sidewalks, cars streaming past, neon signs flickering as dusk approached. Somewhere out there, mirrors gleamed in apartment hallways, office towers rose into the sky, and reflections danced across glass facades. But none of them would breach into darkness tonight. Detective Eliza Chen exhaled and straightened in her chair. The shadows in the mirrors were broken, their voices silenced. And though the echoes of their whispers might linger in memory, she knew that in the bright corridors of the living world, light and steel and willpower held sway. For now, at least, the reflections were safe. Detective Eliza Chen sat at her desk well past midnight, the precinct's hush broken only by the soft clicks of her keyboard and the distant hum of the night shift dispatchers. The final pages of her report lay open before her, detailed diagrams of mirror sealing procedures, photographs of chalk sigils, and the leather-bound journal of Harold Whitaker. The case, Operation Mirror Breaker, was officially contained, classified, resolved, and tucked away in secured files. Yet as she took a slow sip of cold coffee, a nagging thought kept pricking at her mind. What if it wasn't gone? Her radio crackled. Patrol Unit 5 Alpha, returning early from night rounds, reported nothing unusual. Her phone buzzed, a text from Lieutenant Ruiz confirming all mirror seals held. She leaned back, stretching her aching shoulders, and let her eyes drift to the office's darkened windows. In the reflection, she saw herself twice, the real her, and the one in the glass behind her shoulder. She almost flinched, hand hovering over her service weapon, but forced herself to breathe evenly. Sealed mirrors were safe mirrors. Then her desk phone rang with an unfamiliar tone, sharp and insistent. She frowned, glancing at the caller ID, private number. Nobody had called her at home on a private line in years, certainly not in the dead of night. She hesitated only a moment before clicking answer. Detective Chen, she said, voice steady. Silence. Who is this? A low hiss crackled through the line, like static scraping metal. Then, in a voice so soft it was nearly swallowed by the noise, a whisper, look behind you. Eliza's heart hammered. She spun her chair to face the window's reflection. The office was empty, desks dark, hallway lights off, the only movement her own profile mirrored in the glass. She stood, crossing the small room to double-check the window's seal. The glass was intact, no cracks, no polymer sheets necessary. She exhaled, rotated, and lifted the phone to her ear. Where are you? She demanded. Silence again. Then, faintly, the same whisper, he waits in the dark. She slammed the phone down, its receiver rattling in its cradle. Her radio chirped insistently, an urgent call from dispatch. Eliza, we're getting multiple 911 hang-ups, same caller ID. Dispatch picks up static, a faint giggle, then nothing. Marcus's voice crackled. Should I send a unit? She swallowed. Yes. Tell them to check every reflective surface in the dispatch center. Doors, monitors, glass panels. Seal if necessary. She jabbed her desk phone again, dialing Ruiz's mobile. It went straight to voicemail. She tried Park, no answer. Nicole's extension rang unanswered. Her pulse pounded. She glanced at the office door, ajar, though she was sure she'd closed it. The hallway beyond was dark, dotted with motion sensor lights that flickered as she peered into them. Carefully, she stepped out, hand on her holster. The corridor was silent. Blue emergency exit signs glowed. She moved toward dispatch, half running. At the door, the window panel was covered in a polymer sheet. She recognized the edges. Nicole's handwriting on a post-it, sealed 2,300 hours. Eliza closed her eyes. Nicole must have sealed the panel earlier, perhaps on a routine check. Inside, the dispatcher's console light glowed softly, but the operator's chair was empty. Screens displayed citywide camera feeds, each flickering with static. Eliza approached, finding the dispatcher's headset dangling on the desk. She lifted it, no dial tone. The desk phone was off the hook, its receiver lay face down, handset speaker cracked. Then she saw it, on the reflective bezel of the main monitor, a message streaked in the dispatcher's own blood, fresh, bright, spelled out in elegant, looping script. You watched. Now wait. Eliza staggered back, hand over her mouth. Her radio screeched in her belt, and she keyed the mic. This is Chen. Dispatch is compromised. Seal every mirror in the precinct, now. I need hazmat and forensics, possible blood contaminant. Hold all traffic. She knelt to photograph the message, trying to steady her shaking fingers. Her flashlight beam cut a path across the room, every glass surface, every monitor bezel, every picture frame must be inspected. She swept the room until her light settled on a small framed photograph of the precinct's founding officers, glass intact, faces smiling back. She exhaled and pulled the polymer sheet from her bag, pressing it over the pane until it dulled. Behind her, boots pounded in the hall. Marcus, Park, and Nicole burst in, weapons drawn. "Message," Eliza whispered, pointing to the monitor. Nicole pressed a sealed cloth over the glass, sealing it. "EMF stable, for now." She fiddled with her handheld reader. "But the blood, it's not from any officer on duty. We need a match." Park swore under her breath. "This thing learned fast." Eliza nodded grimly. "And it's here." She stood, voice cold. "No more windows. No more mirrors. And find me who that dispatch blood belongs to." She turned to Ruiz. "Check the logs. Who picked up the last call? Then trace the number, if we can find any record of that private ID." They moved swiftly, sealing photo frames, covering trophy display cases, peeling down mirroring tint on windows. The once bright dispatch room felt claustrophobic, its walls closing in. Eliza felt the weight of fluorescent light pressing on her mind. As she finished covering the last glass panel, her own office door's little window, her radio crackled. "Detective, we've got a hit on the blood. It's from a civilian, male, age 27. Lived in Westvale. No criminal record. But the DNA matches nothing in police files." Eliza's heart sank. "He's the latest victim," she whispered. "We're too late." She stared at the sealed glass behind her, her own reflection muffled under polymer. She remembered the phone call's whisper, "He waits in the dark." Somewhere in this building, in these halls she thought were safe, something crossed from beneath the mirror-drenched precinct into reality. It fed on blood and reflected fear back at its prey. Her radio buzzed again. "Detective, dispatch just got another call. Same caller ID. Same static. And now it's coming from inside the precinct." Eliza's breath caught. She turned toward the dispatcher's office door, sealed but ominous. The phone lines were dead, the cameras looping. Somewhere behind those walls, something waited, hungry, attentive, and now unbound by distance. She squared her shoulders, holstered her fear. "Seal off the entire east wing," she ordered. "No one in or out without me. And send all units to lockdown. We find it, or we die here." Outside her office, the building's hollow heartbeat quickened, ventilation ducts shuddered, lights buzzed, and somewhere, a door creaked. Then, silence. Eliza stood alone in the corridor, the sealed window at her back her only witness. She stared into the dark expanse ahead, prepared to face whatever emerged from the shadows of her own reflection, and determined that this time, she would not be surprised. The precinct's corridors lay shrouded in an uneasy gloom, the usual glow of office lights dimmed to a safety-level amber as Detective Eliza Chen's lockdown order took hold. Outside, patrol units blocked each entrance. Inside, the few officers still on duty and the specialized containment team fanned out, weapons drawn, eyes darting from one darkened alcove to the next. Every glass pane and reflective surface in the east wing had been sealed under Nicole's quick hands, every polished metal register wrapped, every glossy badge frame concealed. Yet despite their thoroughness, the sense of being watched had only deepened, an invisible watcher prowling just beyond the edges of vision. Eliza moved with deliberate tread down the linoleum hallway, her flashlight's beam bouncing off the sealed door windows like timid fireflies. Behind her, Marcus and Park covered each turn, the precinct's usual din of ringing phones and ringing keyboards replaced by the soft hum of radios and the distant thump of boots on concrete. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic and stale coffee, charged now with the metallic tang of adrenaline. "Dispatch lines are dead," Agent Morales reported from his portable console. "We tapped into the switchboard. No incoming or outgoing. All calls reroute to this device." He tapped a small tablet showing static. The entity's presence overwhelmed the lines. His voice was tight. Eliza nodded. "Keep monitoring. If it tries again, we'll know exactly where." She raised her flashlight to a hallway of windows coated in polymer, impenetrable to any reflection. We pushed forward on foot. No cameras, no mirrors, nothing to feed it. "Move quietly, speak in whispers." They reached the stairwell leading down to the sub-basement, where abandoned interview rooms and storage closets clustered behind heavy doors. Nicole's EMF reader inched upward as they descended, 20 milligauss, 30, 40. With each step, the needle twitched, as if the entity lurked below, just out of sight. At the foot of the stairs, Park eased open the metal door and peered inside. The sub-basement lobby lay cold and empty. A single utility bulb swung overhead, its chain clinking against a locker. Eliza stepped in first, voice low. "Keep tight." They swept through a row of storage closets, cleaning supplies, old exhibit boards, forgotten case files, every corner empty, every shadow probed. The EMF rose to 50 milligauss when they reached the janitorial sink, where a puddle of water pooled amid sealed mirror fragments they'd stored earlier. Nicole clutched her reader, brow furrowed. "It's here, but I can't pinpoint it. The readings jump all over the place, like it's moving between shards." Eliza set her jaw. "Then we flush it out." She scanned the room for anything reflective. The metal faucet handles were wrapped in tape. The stainless sink was dull under polymer film. All that remained were the loose mirror pieces in evidence bags. She turned to Morales. "Bring the evidence crates here." He hurried to fetch them, returning with 3 large, sealed boxes of inert mirror fragments. Eliza opened one and dumped the shards onto the floor in a rough circle. "Lay them out," she ordered. "Form a ring." As the team arranged the shards, small, jagged sections of once frightful glass, the EMF soared to 80 milligauss. The shards began to vibrate softly, humming with a dark energy. Eliza took a deep breath. "Readings spike when they resonate. We can use that." She dug into her jacket and pulled out the blood-stained journal, flipping to Whitaker's notes on mirror invocation. He writes of drawing the entity towards mirrored fragments, then repelling it with sacred geometry, she explained. If we arrange the shards in a containment circle and inscribe the binding rune around it, chalk, salt, anything, we might trap it long enough to destroy it. Nicole pressed the chalk will to the floor around the shards, sketching the sigil in trembling white lines. The EMF leapt to 100 milligauss. A low moan echoed from the far corner, a hiss of displaced air that made everyone freeze. The fragments quivered violently, rattling across the concrete. "Eliza," Marcus whispered, "it's here." From the darkness, a shape lunged, long-limbed, its joints bending impossibly, eyes like fractured reflections glowing with hungry intent. It moved faster than any human, its silhouette a blur of twisting angles. "Seal it!" Eliza shouted. She and Park stepped back as Nicole dashed forward, pressing the final polymer sheet over a shard still humming with life. The moment it dulled, the entity let out an otherworldly shriek, like metal tearing itself apart, and slammed into the chalk circle. Light from their flashlights stuttered as the entity recoiled, its body contorting, cracking against the invisible barrier of the sigil. Its claws scraped concrete, sparks flying where it struck. Then it pivoted, gathering speed for another strike. Eliza raised her service revolver, loaded with iron-tipped rounds designed to shatter enchanted glass, and fired into the circle. Bullets pinged off the shards with dull thuds, cracking some further but not releasing them. The creature howled, recoiling from the hail of iron. "Now!" Eliza screamed. She drew her baton tipped with a lead hammerhead, a makeshift war club heavy enough to shatter anything within the circle. She charged, swinging in a wide arc to drive the entity back into the heart of the reflective cage. As the creature stumbled into the densest cluster of fragments, it tried to extricate itself, claws snagging on glass. Eliza swung again, shattering the shards outward, each piece flying with terrible force yet held in place by the chalk and salt bind. The ring cracked, but held. The EMF meter spiked above 200 milligauss, crackling as the entity's fury became a living storm. Then Eliza saw her moment. The creature, struggling for freedom, paused in the center of the circle. She sprinted forward and plunged the lead head baton down onto the largest shard. The mirror fragment exploded into a prism of splinters, releasing a shockwave that knocked Eliza back against the sink. Dust and smoke swirled as every shard within the circle shattered in unison. A final, agonized cry echoed, and then silence. The EMF collapsed instantly to zero. The shards lay inert, their malefic pulse extinguished. In the hush, Eliza rose, chest heaving, blood pounding in her ears. The circle's chalk rune was smudged, but its magic had held long enough. Park knelt to collect the scattered fragments, while Nicole double-checked the perimeter for any flashing EMF. "It's gone," she breathed. Eliza wiped sweat and blood from her brow. "For now," she said quietly. She looked at the scattered glass, each piece now harmless. The creature might have fled back into shadows beyond their reach, but the trap had held, and the ritual had worked. As the team gathered their breath, Eliza tapped her radio. Chin to base. Entity engaged and repelled. Fragments dispersed and secured. I need extraction and hazmat here immediately. She surveyed the sub-basement's broken glass, the chalked binding rune now fading under their boots. In that moment, she realized their battle wasn't over. This creature would return wherever mirrors existed. But tonight, under her command, the shadows had been driven back. Eliza allowed herself a small, weary smile. They had hunted fear itself in the precinct's hidden depths, and lived to tell the tale. The reflections in the shards no longer held terror. They were just glass again. And in the silent halls of the East Wing, the only sound was the distant thud of boots and the soft sigh of relief. The sub-basement's flickering emergency lights revealed a scene of controlled chaos. Hazmat and containment teams swarmed the corridor outside the sealed storage crates, hauling away bags of inert mirror fragments and chalked rubble. Behind the taped-off perimeter, Detective Eliza Chin cuffed her bleeding wrist, the sting of her makeshift tourniquet serving as a reminder of how close they'd come to disaster. Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz approached, his face grim in the pale glow. Chief wants a full debrief in 30. They're pulling every officer off night duty, precincts on 7-day lockdown. He glanced down the hallway. You okay? Eliza flexed her hand. The bullet grazed her palm, a jagged ache that pulsed with each heartbeat. I'll live, she replied, offering a small, wry smile. But I need to check the CCTV logs, someone called from inside dispatch, then the lines went dark. I want to know if the entity turned the cameras on itself. Ruiz nodded. Park's already on it. She's reviewing the encrypted archive. Eliza turned and followed the dwindling glow of the corridor toward the security hub. As she passed sealed mirror-lined dressing rooms and rows of lockers wrapped in plastic, her mind swirled with questions. Where had the creature retreated? How many more victims waited, trapped behind glass somewhere in the city? Outside the security hub, Detective Julia Park swiped in. Inside, 6 monitors displayed the precinct's surveillance feeds, most loops of earlier footage, but a few blacked out entirely. Park gestured to one screen showing the dispatch office mere minutes before the blood message. The dispatcher's avatar stood motionless at the console, then a widening distortion in the screen, as if the camera lens rippled, and the screen went dark. See here, Park said, pointing. The last frame isn't motion blurred, it's warped. Like someone pressed a hand against the lens from behind. She zoomed in, revealing, just barely, a pale, slender fingerprint smudge on the glass. After this, the feed cut out. All other cameras went dark within seconds. Eliza studied the image. So it moved from the modem lines into the camera's glass. Leaked through the sealed monitor bezel, or perhaps jumped through its reflection. She exhaled sharply. That means it can cross anywhere a digital mirror exists, phone screens, monitors, even smartphone cameras. Park nodded solemnly. We're blind. Eliza met her gaze. Not if we shield them. Let's get every critical display covered in polymer, then reroute video feeds through one encrypted hub. She tapped her team, secure all screens and glass surfaces in the complex. Digital or analog, seal them tight. By 4 a.m., the entire precinct was cocooned, monitors draped, windows coated, badge displays wrapped. Officers worked in hushed urgency, guided by Nicole's detailed mirror mitigation plan. Even the squad car's rearview mirrors were fitted with disposable covers. As dawn's first light seeped through the building's few unsealed vents, Eliza stood before the final monitor, an enormous wall display in the main briefing room. It had to remain active, all sealed feeds channeled here. She keyed the microphone to address the assembled team. "Listen up," she began, voice steady despite exhaustion. "We fought it in the funhouse and in these halls. It's proven it can breach any reflective surface, analog or digital, and manipulate it. Our goal now, track it. We need to find where it's hiding, where it's holding its victims, and end this." A murmur ran through the room. Officers exchanged determined looks. They'd witnessed the horror firsthand, now they were ready to strike back. Eliza continued, "It uses mirrors as portals. If we flood the precinct with sealed fragments, it can't hide here. So it must be holed up somewhere outside, a layer of mirrors it's claimed for itself. I want every missing person location reviewed, especially where glass surfaces are prevalent." Lieutenant Ruiz tapped a tablet. "We've cross-referenced the disappearance sites, apartment high-rises with floor-to-ceiling windows, a photo studio's backlit gallery, a glassblower's workshop." Eliza's pulse raced. "Those are our next targets. It thinks it's safe behind massive panes of glass, behind sealed doors. Let's show it how wrong it is." She met Nicole's eyes. "Map the hot spots. We go in teams at dawn. Be ready." As the officers dispersed, Eliza allowed herself a moment of quiet. She sat behind her desk, the sealed Polaroid of the cab's passenger looking back at her through its dull polymer sheet. In the reflection, she saw her own face, grim, resolved. She tapped her phone. A secure message, all shards inert. No EMF anomalies. Good. She reviewed the drop-off points, Westwood Avenue, Redwood Street, the bus depot, the back alley. Each location had been swept, sealed, but what if the entity had already moved on? Her phone buzzed with an incoming text, an address for an abandoned photo studio in Southvale's industrial district. It was recent, no officers had secured it yet. The thinning night gave way to a pale sky. Eliza stood and slung her jacket over her shoulder. The lockdown order still held, but she called into command, "This is Chen. I need a unit to secure one more site, Southvale Photo Works on Pearl Street. Possible mirror nexus there. Please authorize immediate response." The dispatcher confirmed within minutes. Eliza grabbed her gear, flashlight, service weapon, reflective block sheets, and headed out. The sun was tipping the horizon as she walked to the squad car. The evil they hunted was nothing if not patient, but so was she. And as the city yawned awake, Detective Eliza Chin drove toward the next mirror-lined stronghold, determined to end this once and for all. Detective Eliza Chin eased her cruiser onto Pearl Street as the sky blushed with dawn's first light. The warehouse district lay silent, buildings darkened beneath the morning haze. Southvale Photo Works stood between a shuttered metalworks shop and an empty loading dock, its front facade a grid of floor-to-ceiling windows, each pane reflecting the broken city around it. Eliza killed the engine and retrieved her gear, flashlight, service pistol, reflective block sheeting, and a sealed evidence bag containing inert mirror shards she carried as bait. Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz and Detective Julia Park emerged from the second cruiser, rifles lowered but at the ready. Behind them, Officer Parkson and two members of the containment detail fanned out, checking doors and side windows for signs of forced entry or bloodstains. Nicole hovered at Eliza's side, EMF reader muted under her jacket, salt vials, and chalk at the ready. Eliza led them to the main entrance, double doors of tempered glass framed in steel. She pressed a finger to the glass, no cracks, no fracture lines. Yet the EMF meter in her hand quivered at 30 milligauss, evidence of residual energy. She drew in a breath. "Seal the fronts," she ordered. Parkson tore down a roll of polymer sheeting, pressing strips over each panel until the entire facade was matte white. The warehouse no longer mirrored the street, it stood like a tomb. Inside, the space yawned wide, bare concrete floors stretching toward a gallery of framed photographic prints hung on cable lines. The prints depicted everyday scenes, family portraits, wedding parties, birthday celebrations, all frozen in perfect clarity. But beneath each image, subtle distortions lurked, a face just a fraction too wide, a shadow cast at an impossible angle, reflections in glass subjects that didn't match the foreground. Eliza switched on her flashlight. Dust motes danced in the beam as she scanned the images. This is where people came to see themselves, mirror equivalent in photography. The entity could have anchored here, embedding itself in each frame. She moved slowly along the gallery, Park and Ruiz flanking her. We stepped lightly. No reflections, no screens, just sealed prints and our own senses. They advanced toward the back of the warehouse, where a raised platform held a colossal mirror, its ornate frame gilded and substantial, stark against the industrial backdrop. Eliza's breath hitched. This mirror was the centerpiece, 30 feet tall, its surface unsealed, drawing their attention like a beacon. Parkson secured the rear exits, while Eliza waved for Nicole. "Seal it." Nicole approached the mirror, chalking a broad spiral sigil on the frame's edge. The EMF meter spiked to 70 milligauss, the air hummed. With gloved hands, Nicole pressed the final polymer sheet over the glass. Instantly, the hum ceased, the meter plunged to 10. Eliza studied the mirror's sealed surface. "Good. Now we flush it out." She turned to Park and Ruiz. "Grab those inert shards." They retrieved the evidence bag and dumped the mirror fragments onto the platform in front of the sealed mirror. Each shard captured the pale light, edges glinting like fractured stars. As Eliza arranged them in a loose semicircle, the EMF leapt again, now to 90 milligauss. The shards trembled, clinking against one another. A low murmur rose from beneath the platform, an echo of distant voices whispering in unison, "Come closer, look deeper." Eliza's heart pounded. She raised her pistol and fired a warning shot into the air. The echo crashed through the cavernous space. The whispers stopped abruptly. Silence, thick as velvet, pressed in. Then the mirror beneath its seal began to warp, waves rippling across its surface as though water coursed behind the polymer. Shapes flickered, a procession of lost faces stepping from the glass, pale and translucent, moving toward the shards. The EMF surged to 120 milligauss. "Eliza, it's breaking through!" Nicole shouted, backing away. Eliza drew her baton hammer. "Hold the line," she commanded. Park and Ruiz stepped forward, iron-tipped rounds loaded in pistols. "Aim for the center, where the glass splits. We need to sever its anchor." The first figure reached the circle of shards, a young courier, his uniform torn and bloodless, eyes void. He drifted forward, limbs bowed. Eliza swung her hammer into the largest shard at his feet. Shards exploded outward, spraying dust. The apparition flinched but did not dissipate. Behind him, the memory of the little girl from the funhouse, a laughing bride from a wedding photograph, even Connor Miles in his yellow cab uniform, dozens of faces emerged, each step weakening the barrier between worlds. The EMF spiked past 200. The warehouse lights flickered, then died, plunging them into darkness broken only by flashlight beams. "Eliza!" Park whispered urgently. "They're everywhere." She scanned the circle. Phantoms circled the shards, coalescing into a massive dark shape, limbs folded and spindly like a spider's, head tilting inhumanly. The entity bore the combined faces of its victims, a shifting mosaic of agony and fear. Eliza steadied her breath and recalled Whitaker's final advice: the broken glass must be purged in a single strike. Purity of iron will shatter the veil. She squared her shoulders, raised the hammer, and charged. As she lunged toward the circle, the entity reared, emitting a screech that rattled their bones. Park and Ruiz provided covering fire, their iron-tipped rounds smashing the floating shards in mid-air, further destabilizing the creature's form. Eliza leapt onto the platform, shards crunching beneath her boots. With a roar, she brought the hammer down on the largest intact fragment, the one bearing Connor Miles's silhouette. The mirror piece shattered explosively, sending splinters flying toward the sealed mirror. The sealed surface pulsed once, then imploded inward, the polymer crumpling like paper, releasing a concussive wave that knocked everyone off their feet. In the dust and ringing silence that followed, the entity's form collapsed, faces dissolving into motes of light that vanished into the shadows. The shards lay inert, dark fragments on concrete. The sealed mirror's frame hung jagged, its glass gone. The EMF reader dropped to 0. Eliza lay on her back, chest heaving, hammer resting across her abdomen. She looked up at the broken cast-iron frame of the mirror, the final portal closed. She dared to smile through the ache in her ribs and the sting of fresh blood. "We did it," she whispered, voice raw. Park and Ruiz staggered to her side. Nicole pressed a healing salve to Eliza's bleeding palm. "You're still bleeding," she noted, but relief shone in her eyes. Eliza sat up, brushing dust from her jacket. "Seal every frame in this gallery," she ordered. "Bag these shards. We archive them under sunrise containment." She rose unsteadily and surveyed the once pristine warehouse now scarred by battle. The morning sun broke through a high skylight, illuminating motes of dust that danced like embers. For the first time in months, Eliza felt the weight of the mirror curse ease. They had shattered its strongest anchor, severed its most recent layer, and rescued the faces trapped in glass. As the containment teams moved in to wrap the gallery, Eliza stood beneath the broken frame of the great mirror, facing the dawn. The reflections in her mind, of terror and loss, would remain, but the world around her, once again, would be safe from the darkness behind the glass. Detective Eliza Chen sat in the unmarked surveillance van a few blocks from the decrepit warehouse on Riverside Drive, eyes fixed on the blinking feed showing a nondescript loading dock. Beside her, Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz monitored an encrypted police channel while Detective Julia Park reviewed schematics of the building. Nicole crouched in the back, tools laid out on a folding stool, infrared scanner, EMF reader, mirror seal sheets, and chalk. "You sure this is it?" Marcus whispered, glancing at a grainy drone image of figures moving crates inside the darkened warehouse. "The intel points to a shakedown at an auction for, what, exactly?" Eliza's gaze remained on the monitors. Across the bay doors, she could just make out steely shapes that glinted in the IR glow, framed mirrors, Polaroids in ornate frames, even small tabletop vanity mirrors. "Mirrors and mirror-based artifacts," she said quietly. "Our perp is selling shards, photos, anything with residual reflection energy. They're building power." She tapped the screen. "Tonight's buyers, private collectors obsessed with the dark reflection lore. We stopped the sale, seized the goods, cut off their supply." Park exhaled softly. "And what about the victims? If the cargo holds living images, trapped souls, they'll be auctioning people, essentially." Eliza's jaw tightened. "We intercept the lot. Free anyone trapped, destroy the mirrors. Standard raid." She paused, letting the weight of the operation settle. "Entry in 10 minutes. We go in quiet, no alarms. We don't want the entity to slip out through a glass pane or smartphone camera." The team sprang into action. Marcus led the SWAT element to the side entrance while Eliza, Park, and Nicole approached the front dock. Two uniformed officers waited at a keypad-protected door. Park slid her badge and override key. The door clicked open, revealing a dim corridor lit by flickering overhead fluorescents. Inside, the warehouse was cavernous, rows of metal racks stacked high with crates, each stamped with cryptic symbols. Scarred wooden panels leaned against pillars, framed photographs hung on makeshift walls. At its heart, a long table bore a banquet of artifacts, a cracked vanity mirror with a dried red stain, a polished brass frame holding a Polaroid of a boy's distorted face, and dozens of sealed glass jars containing shards that pulsed faintly with residual EMF. A cluster of figures in tailored suits and expensive heels inspected the wares under the glow of bare bulbs. Two auctioneers, one with a carved wooden gavel, the other shrouded in a hooded coat, stood at a makeshift podium. Their faces were obscured by masks of cracked porcelain, lending them the uncanny aspect of living statues. Eliza held her breath. She tapped Park's shoulder and nodded. They took position behind stacked crates, weapons drawn. Nicole readied her chalk and sealant, poised to neutralize any reflective surface they encounter. On cue, Eliza pressed her radio mic, "On my mark, breach and secure." She gave a 3-second count under her breath. 3, 2, 1. Mark. She kicked the podium support with enough force to unbalance the hooded auctioneer, sending papers fluttering like trapped butterflies. Park swept a laser designator across the room's corners, highlighting possible escape routes. "Clear," she called. SWAT burst in from the side doors, yelling commands. Uniformed officers fanned out to secure bidders. Marcus ran to the podium, seizing the gavel. Nicole dashed to the vanity mirror, scrawled a binding sigil with chalk around its frame, and pressed a sealing sheet over the glass. The mirror's surface dulled instantly. Panicked shouts rose as the masked auction staff tried to flee. Eliza advanced toward the table, guns trained on the fleeing silhouettes. She spotted a cylinder of shards at the table's edge, housed in a decorative urn. With a well-aimed kick, she sent it rolling across the floor. The ceramic clattered, and glass fragments spilled, vibrating with an unholy hum. Drawing her baton, Eliza shattered the urn with a single blow. Shards exploded outward but were contained by the rune chalked on the concrete. The EMF skyrocketed, crackling like tainted radio static, then crashed back to zero as the shards dulled under the non-reflective coating Nicole applied. Park cuffed two suited bidders who lunged for the shards, while Marcus tackled the second auctioneer, ripping off his cracked mask. Behind it was the pale face of a local antiques dealer rumored to traffic in haunted artifacts. He spat curses, eyes wild. "You don't understand. You can't destroy them. They're the key." "Eliza, more in the back room." Park shouted from across the floor, pointing to an open doorway. Eliza and Marcus sprinted through the opening into a narrow hall, past stacks of crates bearing labels like reflection oils and mirror infusions. At the end stood a reinforced steel door, its small window sealed under a polymer sheet. Inside, elongated shadows flickered behind the opaque panel. Eliza pressed her ear to the door and heard muffled voices, distorted, childlike laughter mixed with groans. She exchanged a glance with Park. "Breach," she commanded. Using her baton's hammer end, Eliza struck the door's lock mechanism. The steel groaned and gave way, spinning open to reveal a small room illuminated by a single overhead bulb. Inside lay 25 framed Polaroids hung gallery style, each face twisted in terror, eyes empty hollows. A low cot sat in the corner, draped with a translucent sheet under which a figure stirred. Nicole slipped in behind them, sealing the room's lone window with polymer and chalk. Eliza drew her gun but hesitated. Beneath the sheet lay a young man, his chest rising and falling, eyes closed. She approached and gently lifted the corner. It was the missing courier, Liam O'Connor, pale, gaunt, battered, but alive. He blinked blearily at her. "Detective." "I saw them, in the mirror," insisted I watch. Eliza gently helped him to sit up. "You're safe now," she whispered, scanning the Polaroids. "Stand back." She raised her baton and shattered the largest frame in the room. As glass splintered, the Polaroid images flickered and then dissolved into motes of dark mist, sucked into each shard. The EMF spiked momentarily, then flattened. O'Connor gasped, tears on his cheeks. "Thank you." Outside, the last of the masked bidders were detained, and forensic teams bagged every mirror, shard, and artifact. Eliza stood in the corridor, the rescued courier leaning on her shoulder as medics arrived. Lieutenant Ruiz approached, slapping her back. "Nice work, detective." Auction shut down, victims recovered, artifacts sealed. Eliza exhaled, adrenaline ebbing. "We've cut off their market. Without buyers, they can't circulate shards." She met Ruiz's eyes. "But we're far from done. Wherever mirrors exist, this can resurface. We have to stay vigilant." As police cruisers filled the dock area and the sun climbed higher, Eliza allowed herself a moment of relief. For now, the black market's shattered mirrors lay inert. The trapped souls were free. The reflections of darkness had been auctioned off, and bought only by justice. Detective Eliza Chen and her containment team withdrew from the makeshift auction house as dawn fully broke over Southdale. The sting operation had delivered rescued victims, seized illicit artifacts, and silenced one rogue mirror market, yet Eliza knew their work was far from over. Before her stood the next hotspot on their list, the old Venetian glassworks at the edge of the industrial district, where artisan-blown mirrors and stained glass installations had long drawn craftsmen and collectors alike. Rumor had it the workshop's private showroom contained floor-to-ceiling panels infused with residual reflection energy, a perfect incubator for the entity to rebuild its mirror nexus. By mid-morning, Eliza, Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz, Detective Julia Park, and Nicole assembled outside the sprawling red brick building. Behind them, the forensic van and hazmat team fanned out, equipment in tow. The workshop's front facade glittered with ornate leaded glass windows, sun-splashed but ominously still. Pearl Street raid went smoothly, Eliza said, checking her sidearms magazine. But here, the stakes are higher. Those panels aren't just decorative, they're custom-made, hand-blown with metallic coatings. They could hold the entity like a cathedral glass prison. Ruiz nodded. We'll treat every pane as a live portal. No reflections. He patted his own gun. Ready when you are, Chief. Nicole produced reflective block sheeting rolls. I'll start sealing the outside. It'll take 10 minutes to blanket each window. She measured the first tall pane and set to work, while Park and Ruiz secured the side and rear exits with polymer and chalk sigils. Eliza watched the process, mind racing through Whitaker's journal entries about mirror materials, lead glass, quicksilver backing, metallic oxides, and how each composition influenced the entity's strength. Once we seal the exterior, we go in teams, she briefed. Martinez and Hart from SWAT will cover the ground floor. Park and I sweep the showroom. Ruiz, you and Nicole head upstairs to the loft mirrors. No exceptions, every sealed surface is off limits. Nicole finished the last side window. All sealed externally, she reported, panting slightly. Ready for entry. Eliza gave the signal. They moved to the front door, a heavy oak with a small glass peephole. Park held a mirror-sealed flashlight beam while Eliza pressed her ear to the door. Silence. She turned the handle, and they slipped inside. Immediately, they were enveloped by warm air scented of molten glass and oil. The workshop's cavernous interior revealed furnaces aglow like hellish beacons, metal racks lined with cooling vessels, and workbenches strewn with glass-blowing rods and colored powders. At the far end, past the production area, stood the showroom, a high-ceilinged gallery of ornate mirrors and stained glass panels, each gleaming as if freshly polished. Eliza switched off her flashlight, relying instead on the muted daylight filtered through the sealed windows. Remember, she intoned, no direct reflection. Headsets only, no screen-based comms. They pressed forward. Park scanned the floor for blood traces or chalk marks. Ruiz covered their rear. Nicole monitored her EMF reader, which already flickered at 20 milligauss, higher than outside but nowhere near peak, indicating residual energy in the glassworks materials. As they neared the showroom's threshold, Ruiz froze. Movement at the rear loft. He pointed to a mezzanine above the forge area, accessible via a narrow staircase. I'll take Nicole. You two clear the gallery. Eliza nodded. Go. She drew Park into the showroom. The tiled floor echoed their boots. The mirrors and panels, now sealed externally but unprotected internally, reflected murky daylight. Eliza felt the familiar prickling at her nape, an invisible presence stirring behind the glass. Park whispered, "There, look." She aimed a helmet light at a floor-standing mirror whose glass was unsealed inside. The surface rippled faintly, undulating in time with Eliza's racing pulse. In the dim reflection, a pale face blinked, an echo of the missing courier's image flickering on the vanity mirror at the auction house. Eliza's blood ran cold. "Seal it, now." She pointed to the mirror's edge. Park tore polymer strips from Nicole's kit and pressed them over the mirror surface, flattening the sheet with gloved hands. The ripples stilled, the EMF fell back to 15 milligauss. Behind them, Ruiz's voice crackled in their earpieces. Upstairs is clear. No sign of the entity. But I found a central control panel for the loft skylight, possibly rigged to amplify moonlight reflections. Might be a failsafe. Eliza's mind clicked. We need to disable it. Then we can sweep exhaustively. She covered the mirror frames in the gallery with chalk sigils as Park sealed another mirror panel. They advanced to the stained glass alcove, a series of welded steel frames holding colored glass squares that formed a panoramic mural of moonlit forests, uncannily reminiscent of the funhouse's mirror maze. Each pane showed tiny distortions, whispering faces in the shadows, reflecting impossible angles. Eliza approached one panel. With a deliberate motion, she drew a chalk spiral sigil on the metal frame, then began sealing the glass with polymer. As her fingers brushed the pane, a gust of cold air swept through the gallery, and the chandelier's metal arms rattled. The EMF jumped to 30 milligauss. Eliza. Park hissed. Movement in the mural. Two shadows converging. She illuminated the glass. Behind the panel, two faceless silhouettes coalesced, flickering like dying sparks. Their forms were childlike, one tall and thin, the other small and curved. Eliza steadied her breath. She worked faster, applying the final sheet. The EMF spiked to 40 milligauss, then crashed to 20. The silhouettes paused, then dissipated into the sealed glass, trapped once again. Eliza exhaled. Good. She surveyed the remaining panels. We've only sealed a third. Keep moving. They continued, room by room, sealing mirrors, chalking symbols, silencing panels of reflective art. Meanwhile, upstairs, Marcus and Nicole had disabled the skylight control, sealing the roof hatch with polymer and chalk. The loft's myriad smaller mirrors, on desks, cabinets, and window casements, now lay inert. Nicole reported a steady EMF of 5 milligauss, ambient. With both teams' work nearly complete, Eliza gathered them in the hallway outside the showroom. Every reflective surface sealed. Check. Park and Ruiz confirmed. Let's do one final sweep. She keyed her comm. Park, grid scan with thermal and EMF. Ruiz, secure all exits. Nicole, prepare shards, just in case. Minutes ticked by as the sweep concluded with no anomalies. The glassworks, once a shrine to mirrored artistry, now stood a silent chamber of blocked reflections. Eliza felt the tension ease slightly in her shoulders as she surveyed the sealed mirrors. She met Nicole's eyes. I think we've secured this lair. Nicole nodded, relief flickering across her face. No spikes, no readings. Everything's calm. Eliza allowed herself a satisfied smile. Then we bag these panels for destruction. No more mirrors from this place. And schedule a demolition, tear it down, brick by brick. As the containment team moved in to wrap and remove the sealed panels, Eliza stepped out into the workshop's cool morning light. She inhaled deeply, the scent of molten glass still tingling her nostrils, and allowed herself a moment to reflect. They had dismantled yet another mirror stronghold, severed another anchor, and kept the city's reflections safe. But as she watched the hazmat unit load the sealed panels onto the evidence van, a single shard slipped from a crate and clattered on the concrete. It landed face down and did not hum. Eliza bent to pick it up, brushing off the dust. The fragment was dull, inert. Yet as she turned it over, she glimpsed a tiny spiral sigil chalked in white, her own handiwork, etched into the glass's edge. A final reminder, even the smallest mirror could hold great danger, and vigilance must never waver. She placed the shard in the evidence bag and sealed it once more. Then, side by side with her team, Detective Eliza Chen walked away from the glassblower's crucible, another chapter of the mirror war closed, yet ever mindful that in every reflection lay the potential for darkness to return. Detective Eliza Chen and her core team exited the glassworks van as dawn's gold filtered through the sleeping city. The warehouse district's air still carried the tang of metal and embers, but for now, peace reigned. Eliza checked her watch, 0845 hours, and tapped her calm planner, what's our next site? Behind her, Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz reviewed a tablet. There's one more location, the old municipal archives beneath City Hall. Built in the 1930s, floors lined with mirrored filing cabinets and skylights, a likely candidate for the entity's next anchor. Eliza nodded. Let's move. The archive's entrance sat behind a nondescript service door at the end of a hallway in City Hall's basement. No sign warned of its existence, only a small plaque reading, "Property Records, authorized personnel only." Eliza produced her badge and key, the door clicked open, revealing a narrow vestibule lined with pegboard and cleaning supplies. "All right," she murmured. "We go in pairs. Park and I clear the stacks, Marcus and Nicole secure the mezzanine and skylights." Inside, the archives unfolded as a cavernous series of rooms under low, arched ceilings. Rows of metal shelving stretched into shadow, each shelf bearing hundreds of gray filing cabinets with highly polished fronts, each one a mirror in miniature. Between the rows, old reading tables sat under brass lamps. Along the perimeter, tall leaded glass windows, set into thick stone walls, let in pale morning light. Eliza's flashlight stuttered over the mirrored cabinet fronts. "These are pristine," she said softly. "Perfect reflection planes. Let's start sealing them." Park crossed the aisle with polymer sheets and tape. She peeled and pressed each sheet onto the cabinet doors in methodical succession. The reflections vanished into matte gray panels. Eliza chalked sigils around each cabinet's frame, spirals and interlocking runes designed to bind any breach. Meanwhile, up on the mezzanine platform, Marcus and Nicole worked quickly. Nicole sealed each skylight pane with her trademark polymer film, drawing chalk circles around the abutments. The skylights, once beacons of pale daylight, now offered no passage for reflective horrors. Below, Park found an old, ornate brass plaque beside one cabinet, deeds 1935 to 1945. Under its protective glass, she noted a thin crack, as if someone had struck it long ago. Eliza knelt beside her, flashlight illuminating the crack's interior. Look at the fracture pattern. Radiates from this corner. She tapped the plaque. Let's seal it. Eliza pressed a small sheet over the glass, but as her hand settled, the plaque vibrated under her palm, softly at first, then with a keening hum. The crack widened before her eyes, as though something within strained to escape. Park bolted upright. EMF spiking, 60 milligauss. Eliza stepped back as the glass fractured free of its frame, hovering an inch from the brass backing. Behind it, a thin mist coalesced into the silhouette of a suited bureaucrat, his face pale and eyes hollow. He reached through the broken glass, pushing it outward as though pressing through a membrane. Eliza! Park shouted, pulling out her sidearm. We've got company. Eliza drew her baton hammer and stepped forward. Nicole, feed me those inert shards. Nicole knelt by the nearest cabinet, dumping a handful of inert mirror fragments onto the floor. The evicted glass plaque rattled like a living thing, smacking against metal until it shattered with a sound like a dying heart. The phantom figure recoiled, its translucent form destabilized by the sudden scattering of shards across the floor. Eliza swung her hammer into the floating plaque, shattering it into jagged pieces that rained down atop the inert flames of reflected memories. The EMF spiked to a deafening peak, then plummeted to zero as the mist dissolved into vapor and the shards dulled. Park exhaled, holstering her weapon. That was too close. Eliza patted her baton's handle. Not close enough. She tapped her calm, voice low but firm. Containment achieved in archives. Continue sealing and bag all fragments. We clear this wing next. Over the next hour, the team swept each row of cabinets and reading tables, sealing mirrored fronts and chalking runes at every junction. Periodic tremors of distortion flared whenever an unseen shard slipped its bond, but Eliza's swift strikes and Nicole's polymer mastery quelled each surge. By 10:30 hours, the archives lay silent, its reflective surfaces neutralized. Before leaving, Eliza paused at the vault door, an immense steel slab etched with wrought iron scrollwork. The vault's opening mechanism included a small circular glass window, but it had been removed decades ago. In its hollow mount, rusted gears sat exposed. Think it's hiding in there? Park asked quietly. Eliza studied the gears. A smile flickered. Only one way to find out. She tapped her calm, vault team, prepare breaching charges. We open it on my signal. Moments later, the vault door groaned open. Inside lay dusty ledgers on iron shelves, but also dozens of heavily framed thesis-bound reports under glass. As the door cleared, a cold gust exhaled, carrying with it a murmur of disembodied voices. Eliza stepped inside, baton raised. Shut the door and seal it with polymer from the inside, she ordered. We trap any breach here and purge. Park complied, pressing polymer over the door's steel frame. Nicole draped chalk lines around the threshold. Forensics rolled in a cart of inert shards. Eliza examined the ledger fronts, each glass plate perfectly intact, reflecting her silhouette. She drew a circle of shards in the center of the vault floor and positioned herself beside them. Here goes. She struck the nearest ledger's glass with her hammer. The plate shattered in a starburst, and the misty forms of past archivists emerged, pale librarians, suit-clad officials, each gazing in shock at their severed reflections. The EMF meter towered to 200 milligauss as the vault filled with the whirl of ancient disquiet. Eliza hammered again and again, each crash purging a pocket of spectral faces. In seconds, the vault's air cleared, and the shards lay inert. Silence returned, broken only by the hum of overhead fluorescence. Eliza surveyed the chaos, shards, chalk sigils, inert ledger glass. She breathed deeply. "Archive contained," she reported. "Seal this vault permanently. No one ever opens it again." By midday, the containment perimeter around City Hall's basement was lifted. The archive staff would refile records in digital form. The mirrored cabinets and glass elements were slated for destruction. Eliza lingered at the service door, helmet tucked under her arm, heart still racing from the vault's breach. Lieutenant Ruiz approached. "We've got 4 of our 7 hotspots secured now. Only 3 to go." Eliza met his gaze, determined. "Then let's keep moving. Every mirror we break, every surface we seal, is a victory against what lurks beyond. And we're not stopping until the city's reflections are safe." As they returned to their vehicles, the morning sun glinted off distant windows, now passive, tamed by seals and runes. Eliza allowed herself a moment of pride. In the hidden archive's depths, she had faced the weight of decades of buried fears, and shattered them once more. The fight continued, but Eliza Chen would lead the charge, one broken reflection at a time. Detective Eliza Chen parked her car at the edge of downtown Playa Vista, the early afternoon sun glinting off the glass facade of the first of 2 pedestrian underpasses that connected the sprawling tech campus to the rest of the city. The underpass, even in daylight, carried a chill, its walls lined with wide polished panels of tempered glass installed to break the wind and add aesthetic flair. Rumor had it that a commuter's catch-and-release disappearance had occurred here just last week. One moment they were walking through, the next their reflection lingered alone, then vanished. Eliza clipped on her radio mic, "All units in position." Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz, leaning against the far entrance, keyed his mic, "Park and I are clear at the north end." Nicole's sealing the east wall panes. "SWAT's on the south. Ready." She grabbed a roll of reflective block sheeting and strode toward the underpass entrance, steel-toed boots clicking on the concrete. "This is a high-traffic area. Best case, we catch it quickly. Worst case, the entity's already moved its nexus here." She slipped inside, flanked by Detective Julia Park and Forensic Tech Morales. The glass panels lining the underpass were tall, nearly 6 feet, and curved inward at the top, creating a tunnel of reflections. Even the tiled ceiling was pale and glossy, reflecting every movement. Park knelt first, pressing a polymer sheet over the nearest pane. "Sealed," she reported, smoothing out wrinkles. She moved on to the next. Eliza followed, chalking an intricate spiral and cross sigil around each frame, 2 acts of binding to ensure containment. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and ozone. As they progressed, Nicole's EMF reader, held by a uniformed officer, tick-tocked upward, 10, 20, 30 milligauss. Eliza glanced at the next set of panels and paused. Between 2 sealed panes, a single mirror panel, installed as an art feature, stood exposed. She crouched to read the plaque at its base. "Reflection of innovation, behold the future." Eliza's lips tightened. They missed this one. She grabbed the polymer and began covering it, but as her fingers touched glass, the EMF surged to 60 milligauss, an urgent thrum, like a heartbeat. The panel's mirror surface rippled. "Step back," she shouted. Park spun, pulling her into the shadow of a sealed pane. The mirror panel's surface bowed inward, then bulged as if someone stood behind it, pushing through. The faintest outline of a figure, a woman in business attire, glittered on the mirror's face before swirling into a vortex of distorted light. Eliza drew her service revolver, loaded with iron-tipped rounds, aiming at the center of the panel. Morales and Park raised carbines in unison. A high-pitched wail echoed through the underpass, seemingly reverberating from every polished surface. The curved ceiling tiles rattled, concrete joints groaned. Eliza steadied her grip and fired. The bullet struck the mirror's heart, sending a pure diamond crack rippling outward. The figure screamed, its outline shuddering, then collapsed into a shower of glass shards that rattled across the pavement, but were halted by the chalk sigil surrounding the frame. The EMF leapt to 150 milligauss, then collapsed to 0 as the shards dulled under the polymer's non-reflective coating. Silence fell, pierced only by Eliza's rattling breath. She holstered her gun. Good hit. She surveyed the sealed tunnel. All panels except that one were already bound. Let's finish sealing the rest, then sweep for any remaining fragments. Over the next 10 minutes, the team covered all glass and glossy tiles, polymer, chalk, salt. Nicole rigged a portable scanner to alert them to any residual mirror energy, while forensics bagged the shattered shards for secure disposal. As they finished at the north end, Park's scanner beeped softly. EMF spike, 5 milligauss, right here. She pointed to a seam between 2 concrete panels. Eliza knelt, brushing away dust to reveal a thin slit, a hidden mirror-backed heating grate, its reflective underside tethered behind the wall. Eliza frowned. Trick mirror. Built in, out of sight. She tapped her comm, Morales, bring the barrier team. Moments later, 4 officers in hazmat suits arrived with portable mirror seal plates. They extracted the grate and coated it in polymer. The scanner fell silent. Eliza exhaled and rose. Underpass clear. She radioed Ruiz. Containment confirmed. Let's open it back up. As the team peeled off the final polymer seals, on the ends, at the ceiling tile beams, Eliza watched commuters begin to trickle through, oblivious once more. A young woman paused at the mirrored art panel, now just dull gray, glanced curiously, then hurried on. All around them, reflections had become ordinary, or at least, safe. Eliza wiped sweat from her brow and cracked her neck. One underpass down, 2 more to go. She looked back at the arching glass tunnel. This city's covered in mirrors. But so long as we break them before they break us. Park slipped an arm around her shoulders. We'll be ready. Eliza smiled, gazing into the sealed tunnel's dusky light. One fracture at a time. As they exited into the blinding sunshine, Eliza allowed herself a moment of quiet pride. The Mirror Maze underpass, a potential death trap, had been rendered harmless. But the enemy was cunning, hiding in hidden grates and backlit panels, waiting for the next vulnerable reflection. She squared her shoulders and moved on, ever watchful, ever vigilant, knowing that for every mirror they sealed, another world of shadows loomed just beyond the next pane. The 27th floor of the Avalon Towers glittered like a jewel against the evening sky, its floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the urban sprawl below. Detective Eliza Chen stood in the shadow of the service elevator, the hum of its turbine fading as its doors slid shut behind her. Beside her, Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz consulted a tablet map, marking off each secured location. This was their 6th hotspot, one of the city's tallest residential towers, where panoramic glass walls framed every room. If the entity sought a grand stage, it had chosen well. Eliza checked her gear, reflective block sheeting rolls, polymer sprays, chalk sigils in sealed chalk boxes, her iron-tipped rounds, and the lead-head baton hammer that had become her signature weapon. Remember, she briefed her team in low tones, each apartment is a potential mirror nexus. We move systematically, floor by floor, sealing exteriors first to prevent any escape through reflections. Then we sweep interiors, chamber by chamber. Detective Julia Park and Officer Daniels formed the advance party, sealing the elevator's own mirrored interior panels. Nicole positioned an EMF reader at the door, baseline 15 milligauss, elevated by the city's ambient energy, but nothing yet supernatural. Eliza nodded and pressed the call button for the 27th floor. The elevator chimed and slid open onto a plushly carpeted corridor, illuminated by recessed LEDs. Each apartment door was flanked by a narrow sidelight panel and opposite a row of massive windows that spanned the length of the hallway. Park and Daniel sprang into action, unrolling polymer sheets and pressing them over each window segment. Their gloved hands smoothed the wrinkles until the otherwise transparent glass became matte gray. At apartment 2705, a 2-bedroom unit perched at the corner, the EMF reader spiked unexpectedly to 40 milligauss. Nicole hurried forward, kneeling by the sealed window frame. There's residual energy here, probably from the occupant's decorative mirror collection. She tapped a panel of framed family portraits on the opposite wall, each glass-covered image likely embedded with lingering reflection energy. We'll need to seal inside, too. Eliza scanned the hallway. Every unit had the potential for hidden mirrors, bathrooms with mirrored vanities, living rooms with mirrored accent walls, bedrooms with mirrored closet doors. "This floor's going to take time," she muttered. "Park, take Daniels and seal the exteriors to the stairwell end. I'll start interior sweeps at 27:05. Park gave a curt nod and moved down the hall, polymer and chalk in hand. Eliza opened 2705's door with her master key, the lock clicking softly. Inside, the living room's expansive glass walls overlooked the city lights, while a mirrored accent panel ran half the length of the room's north wall. A full-length mirror rested against the far corner, reflecting the antique console table and a delicate crystal vase. Eliza drew her service pistol and swept the room. "Nicole, seal those mirrors." She indicated the accent panel and the floor mirror. Nicole advanced, chalking a spiral cross pattern along each frame before adhering polymer sheets over the glass surfaces. The EMF reader trembled, then eased as each seal took hold. Eliza moved to the sliding balcony door, a glass wall spanning 8 feet. She slapped a polymer patch onto its center, smoothed the edges, then chalked a wide binding rune around the frame. "Bound," she whispered. Park's radio crackled, all externals sealed. Proceeding to next unit. Eliza led Nicole into the master bedroom suite. A mirrored closet door stood wide open, its surface unmarred. She paused, unease prickling at her spine. Something's off, no EMF spike yet, but that closet. She drew closer, inspecting the frame's edge. A faint scuff mark, like someone had knelt there. "Stay sharp." Nicole extended her polymer sheeting but hesitated. "Eliza, I'm reading a cold spot behind the mirror." The EMF hovered near 50 milligauss. Possible portal behind the closet. Eliza drew her baton and pried the closet door from its track with a firm yank. It came free, wheels clattering across the carpet. Behind it lay a narrow crawlspace, painted panelboard walls and lit by a single bare bulb hanging from a frayed cord. The EMF surged to 80 milligauss, humming through the floorboards. "Eliza, look." Nicole pointed at a mound of discarded clothing in the corner of the crawlspace. Eliza trained her flashlight beam on the pile, and saw the shape of a man curled inside, his limbs folded unnaturally beneath a tattered comforter. She exhaled sharply. "It's one of the missing, Liam O'Connor again." "No, this is someone else." She knelt and peeled back the bedding. A pale figure slumped lifeless, eyes vacant. Its uniform was that of a building maintenance worker, one reported missing 3 nights ago after his shift. Eliza's jaw tightened. "Park, medical backup, now." As she knelt beside the body, the crawlspace bulb flickered and died, plunging them into darkness. The ambient hum of city lights outside was swallowed by silence. Eliza's flashlight beam danced across walls, revealing scrawled in red ink on the panelboard, "I watch you through the glass." Before she could react, a dark shape lunged from the shadows, a slender form with elongated limbs and a face distorted by joyless laughter. It struck the body, sending the corpse skittering across the floor. Eliza recoiled, baton hammer raised. Nicole fired a single iron-tipped round into the creature's midsection. It erupted in a spray of glinting motes, like broken glass raining down, and a high, keening shriek that rattled Eliza's bones. The entity writhed, recoiling into the crawlspace's far corner. Eliza smashed her baton into the adjacent mirror door, already sealed with polymer, and chalked a binding rune in a swift arc. The mirror surface dulled, and the creature froze, its form flickering. Eliza stepped forward, striking the floor mirror with her hammer. The impact sent shards cascading outward, but held in check by Nicole's careful polymer seals. A final, agonized cry echoed through the small crawl space, then vanished. Breathing hard, Eliza wiped sweat from her brow. She radioed Park, containment breach at 2705. Body recovered. Unit contained. Moving to next apartment. Minutes later, with the lifeless maintenance worker's body transferred to a medical gurney and the crawlspace effectively sealed, Eliza and Nicole emerged back into the living room. Park and Daniels arrived, sealing the remaining interior mirrors, the bathroom's mirrored vanity, the guest room's mirrored closet, even the mirrored backsplash behind the kitchen counter. With each polymer sheet applied and sigil chopped, the EMF reader settled back to baseline. Nicole exhaled, closing her eyes. That was close. We need to move. Eliza nodded. Let's finish this floor. She glanced at Park. 6 more units to go. They pressed forward down the hallway. Door by door, they repeated their sealing ritual: external windows, mirrored decor, reflective fixtures. Behind every closet, inside every bathroom cabinet, they found hidden mirrors, some carved into decorative panels, others affixed to the backs of doors. Each one was bound, sealed, and rendered inert. By 2300 hours, they completed floor 27. The last apartment door clicked closed behind them, sealing the corridor's final reflective threat. Park checked the tablet, all windows and mirrors sealed. EMF baseline stable. Eliza's shoulders sagged as she removed her helmet. Good work. She surveyed the corridor's matte gray walls and chalked floors, a far cry from the gleaming mirrors that once lined them. Let's head down and report we've neutralized the high-rise hollow. As the first tendrils of dawn crept over the city skyline, Eliza's team descended to the 27th floor lobby, where the containment van awaited. The building's residents, unaware of the peril that had stalked their glass-walled homes, would wake to sealed windows and a sudden absence of their mirrored views. City Hall's order mandated temporary closures for remediation, repairs, and thorough inspections. Eliza leaned against the van's hood, exhaustion heavy in her bones. Marcus handed her a travel mug of steaming coffee. She accepted it with a grateful nod, eyes on the horizon where the sun's golden rays began to burn through the morning mist. Our tallest lair secure, Marcus said softly. Just 2 more targets. Eliza sipped her coffee, letting warmth seep through her chilled fingers. 2 more, she repeated. But after tonight, the map's almost blank. A few hidden layers left, but soon we'll be ready to declare this city's reflection safe. Nicole packed away the last of her chalk and polymer tools. Whatever happens next, she said, we'll be ready. Eliza met her teammates' gazes, tired but fierce. One fracture at a time, she affirmed. We'll break every mirror, seal every reflection, until nothing remains for it to haunt. Together, they drove into the dawn, the Avalon Tower's muted glass facade receding behind them, another layer dismantled, another victory in their fight against the dark reflections that lurked beyond the glass. The rain that night wasn't just steady, it was hungry, soaking through trench coats and pooling at the curbs like it was trying to climb back into the earth. Detective Eliza Chen stood beneath the awning of Moore-Son's funeral home, watching the droplets trace slow, gleaming paths down the parlor's frosted glass doors. The black brick building had stood on Halbert Street since 1908, and it looked every minute of it. Ivy wrapped its side like a strangler figure. A rusted sign above the entrance creaked with each gust of wind. Inside, they said the dead moved when the mirrors weren't covered. The place had been reported before, mostly by grieving relatives who claimed to see their loved ones' reflections lingering too long in the glass. One woman swore her father blinked at her from a polished casket lid. The police brushed it off as trauma-induced hallucinations, until 2 nights ago. The embalmer disappeared. And not just walked out. His clothes, his tools, his shoes, everything left behind. Only one thing was found in the preparation room, a cracked mirror with a bloody handprint on the inside. Now it was officially on the department's map. Eliza adjusted her coat collar and turned to Nicole, who was scanning the EMF reader with furrowed brows. We're already at 60 milligauss out here, she said grimly. And that's before we go inside. Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz finished reviewing the historical blueprints of the funeral home. Main chapel in the front. Embalming room and casket prep in the basement. There's a vault under that, like a storage bunker built into the original foundation. It's not even on city records. Perfect, Eliza muttered. Let's seal the main parlor first, then sweep the vault. They stepped through the front doors. The interior smelled of wax, flowers, and something less pleasant, something like sweet rot beneath lavender. The reception room was lined with brass-framed mirrors, some oval and antique, others newer and cracked at the corners. Soft music played from a nearby speaker, a Chopin nocturne looped endlessly, warbling slightly, like the tape was degrading. Park and Daniels moved methodically, sealing the perimeter mirrors with chalk sigils and polymer sheeting. Eliza focused on the central chapel, where a grand full-length mirror hung at the front, facing the pews. A note was pinned to its frame. Do not cover. She hates the dark. Eliza frowned and peeled it off. Creepy. Who's she? Nicole stepped closer, flashlight beam gliding over the reflective surface. Eliza, this mirror's got temperature drop, 4 degrees colder than the rest of the room. Then we definitely cover it. They unrolled the sheeting. The moment Nicole's hand touched the frame, the mirror warped. The surface rippled like water and a face surfaced, mouth wide open, pressed against the glass from the inside. Not screaming, not speaking, just watching. A second face joined it. Then a third. The room's lights flickered. Cover it, now. Eliza barked. Nicole slapped the polymer down while Eliza chalked a binding ring across the floor in front of it. The mirror convulsed once more, then went still. The temperature stabilized. Silence returned. The music had stopped. They moved into the basement, down narrow wooden stairs that creaked beneath each step. The lower floor was lit by motion sensor fluorescence, half of which flickered uncertainly. On the far wall, a steel door marked vault access, staff only awaited. Eliza turned to Marcus. "You're sure this isn't on any modern blueprint?" "Checked with records, utility maps, even old zoning permits. It's a blind spot. Probably predates the electric grid." Nicole shivered. "Feels like a pressure pocket down here. Like the air doesn't move." Eliza pressed the vault door open. The hinges shrieked. Beyond it lay a corridor of rough-hewn stone walls and arched ceilings, a catacomb-like chamber lined with unlabeled wooden boxes and iron caskets. The temperature dropped another 5 degrees. The EMF reader spiked to 95 milligauss. They fanned out, each step crunching on centuries-old dust and detritus. The vault smelled different, less like rot, more like ozone. And something else. Copper. Blood. Nicole crouched by one of the caskets. "There's a reflective lining inside this one, like a mirror finish. Same in the others. Whoever built this, they wanted the bodies to reflect something." Eliza ran her hand over the nearest coffin. There, etched into the metal, she sees through them. "Who's she?" Nicole whispered again. Then the vault door slammed shut. Lights died. And the mirrors woke up. From every reflective surface, coffin linings, polished nameplates, broken glass shards, figures emerged. Some human, some barely. Half-formed faces pressed outward. Pale limbs scraped metal. A dozen dead faces stared back at them from inside the vault. One lunged, an old man in funeral attire, his jaw unhinged. Hart fired her iron-tipped pistol and struck it mid-leap. It shattered into a halo of glass, the fragments clinking to the stone floor before vanishing. "Don't shoot unless you have to," Eliza called. "We seal them in, not break them out." Nicole swept chalk across the floor in tight loops, drawing sigils at each coffin corner. Eliza poured the reflective block resin on every mirrored surface she could find. The vault howled. It was the only word that fit, dozens of trapped voices crying out through invisible mouths. Daniels went down, pulled halfway into a casket before Eliza smashed the lid shut on the thing's arm. It shattered and recoiled, hissing. Daniels crawled away, bleeding but alive. Then Eliza saw her. At the far end of the vault, in the last coffin, stood a woman, whole, untouched by the decay that plagued the others. Her eyes were pure silver, and her reflection didn't match her movements. She tilted her head left, the reflection smiled right. Eliza whispered, "You're the origin." The woman moved, hand pressing to the lid of her coffin. Nicole yelled, "That's not a body, it's a mirror chamber. She's inside it." Eliza raised her hammer. "Then we closed the door." She charged, striking the metal with all her strength. The lid dented. The woman inside screamed, a sound that made blood vessels tick. Nicole threw a chalk bomb onto the casket as Eliza landed the final blow. The mirror coffin buckled. Cracks spidered across the lining. The woman's reflection fractured, then shattered into 1,000 silver slivers, each vanishing like steam. Then, stillness. No screams. No pulses of energy. The EMF dropped to 0. When they reopened the vault door, the corridor had aged. Literally. The stone walls were more worn, the air full of mildew and time. But it was done. They climbed out of the funeral home as dawn cracked through storm clouds above Halbert Street. Park limped beside Daniels, who clutched his bandaged arm. Nicole sealed the last vault entrance behind them with a chalk-etched wall. Eliza looked back at the brick facade, now dull and rain-washed. "She's gone," Nicole said. "For now," Eliza answered. "But if she was buried once before and came back through mirrors, we need to check every place that might have watched her." Marcus approached, soaked from the storm. "What do we call this one?" Eliza stared at the broken sign above the door, "More Sons," its letters flaking into rust. She said, "Call it what it is. The Vault of the Silver-Eyed Woman." And then they drove away, leaving behind one more sealed lair, and one less reflection that could stare back. Detective Eliza Chen stepped off the service elevator into a hush that felt almost ceremonial. The 25th floor of the Orion Financial Tower was deserted, its glass-walled boardrooms dark, carpets faintly patterned, chairs pushed neatly under long conference tables. Nicole's EMF reader sat at 40 milligauss in standby, and the only sound was the distant whoosh of air handlers. Behind Eliza, Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz and Detective Julia Park sealed the elevator's own mirrored cage with polymer strips and chalk sigils, ensuring no lingering reflections. Above them loomed the tower's crown jewel, a panoramic rooftop lounge, its floor-to-ceiling windows offering a 360-degree vista of the city. They called it the Panorama, and 2 nights ago, an entire after-hours cocktail party vanished without a trace, leaving empty glasses, a half-lit fireplace, and a carpet imprinted with footprints that led to blank glass walls. Now, the investigators believed the entity had bided its time among those reflections, waiting to strike at its most opulent perch. Eliza led the way down the hallway, flashlight beam dancing along the sealed windows until they reached the heavy double doors marked Rooftop Lounge, access forbidden when closed. She pressed her badge to the reader, The locks clicked open with mechanical reluctance. Behind the doors, a narrow corridor curved around an inner atrium of microgreens and potted trees, their leaves silvered under grow lights. The air smelled of damp soil and ozone. As they rounded the atrium, they found the lounge's main entrance, sliding glass doors etched with the Orion sigil. Park crouched to inspect the threshold and discovered faint scuff marks, heel prints leading inside. "They sailed right through here," she murmured, voice low. Eliza drew her iron-tipped pistol. "Stay sharp." She nudged the doors open. Inside, the panorama stretched wide, sleek marble floors, velvet-upholstered seating arranged in curved alcoves, and most damningly, walls of unbroken reflective glass that curved outward like the hull of a ship. Overhead, a coated lighting array mimicked starlight. Below, a central bar glimmered under soft LEDs. Nicole's fingers flew across her kit, preparing polymer sheets. "This is going to take a while," she warned, gaze flicking over the mirrored expanse. Every panel, every beveled edge. Eliza moved to the glass-to-glass seam and traced a chalk spiral. "We start here." Park and Ruiz fan out along the perimeter, applying sheeting and binding runes as Eliza marked each section methodically. The EMF reader ticked upward with every seal, 50, 60, 70 milligauss, indicating a concentration of residual energy within the lounge. They had sealed half the east wall when the lights flickered and the temperature dropped sharply. The EMF surged past 100 milligauss in an instant. From every pane of glass, figures began to materialize, guests in evening wear, frozen mid-conversation, glasses raised in silent toasts. They had no feet, their lower halves wavered like smoke. Their eyes, reflected in the mirrored surfaces behind them, turning to watch the intrusion. Eliza stepped back, weapon poised. "Cover them," she ordered. Park and Ruiz sealed the nearest panels while Nicole chalked a containment circle on the marble beneath the display windows. At the circle's center lay a low platform, an ornate fountain of polished brass now dry and dull. Nicole pointed to the fountain's basin. "That's the focal point. Everything radiates from there." She turned to Eliza. "If we can isolate it, trap it, here." Eliza nodded, insight sharpening her focus. "Let's repurpose the fountain." She drew her baton's hammerhead and pried up the central spigot assembly, revealing a mirrored bottom plate circular as a moon. "This is one solid mirror, our target." She hefted the hammer and swung, shattering the plate into jagged concentric rings that skated across the marble until they rested against Nicole's chalked boundaries. The fragments trembled, humming with released energy. Behind them, the spectral guests flickered, some pressing against the outer glass, others drifting toward the broken basin. Eliza raised her voice, resolute, "Seal it now." Nicole slapped polymer sheets over the shattered rings before they could drift free. Park and Ruiz drew thick lines of salt around the chalk circle's perimeter. The room stilled as each shard dulled under the non-reflective coating. The EMF meter clattered to zero. The spectral form shivered, then dissolved back into the sealed walls, faces melting into the mirror surfaces that now bore no glass. Eliza exhaled, lowering her hammer. The high-stakes theater of opulence and glass had been silenced. She surveyed the panorama's vast expanse of sealed windows, 800 square feet of reflection, now rendered inert. The residual pulse of mirrored energy had been siphoned into the shattered basin and extinguished under polymer. The starlight array overhead glowed softly as the temperature warmed, the whisper of forced air returned. Eliza allowed herself a brief moment of satisfaction. 6 hotspots contained, 2 remaining. But she knew the entity's hunger was not easily sated. It would find the next mirror, the next canvas upon which to paint its horrors. She turned to her team. "Bag these shards. We take the fountain components back to HQ for evidence and final purging. Then we move on to our 7th and last layer." Park zipped up an evidence bag full of glass fragments. Ruiz loaded the broken spigot into a collection case. Nicole tucked away her polymer supplies, eyes already scanning the next sealed wall. Eliza paused at the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the city lights below. Each lit window, each mirrored facade, was a potential doorway. But tonight, she had closed off another cathedral of reflection. Tonight, the panorama was quiet again. She exhaled and turned away, footsteps echoing over marble. Behind her, the mirrored walls held nothing but shadows of the past, shadows she had shattered, one reflection at a time. Detective Eliza Chen stood at the foot of the broad granite steps leading up to St. Mercy's Cathedral, nestled between the steel towers of the financial district. By day, it was a landmark of Gothic spires and stained glass lancets. By night, its lofty vaults lay dark and foreboding. The final hotspot on their mirror map. Inside, rumor said, was a hidden crypt lined with luminous glass panels, once intended to shroud the dead in holy radiance, but now twisted into a cage for mirror-born horrors. Eliza checked her watch, 2,330 hours. Behind her, Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz sealed the cathedral's rose window with polymer film. Detective Julia Park and Nicole moved in tandem, unrolling amber-tinted sheeting over every tinted pane they could reach. The last embers of sunset shimmered on the stained glass. As the film adhered, colors drained to muted grays. Eliza drew a deep breath, clutching her baton hammer. "All externals sealed," she called. Park nodded. "All accessible windows." The rose window, the clear-story lancets, even the confessional's beveled panels. Ruiz consulted his tablet. Blueprints show one more, beneath the altar, a hidden crypt entrance sealed by a mirrored door. He traced the route through the sacristy. "Let's move." They entered the cathedral's cavernous nave under the glow of emergency lights. Rows of empty pews flanked a central aisle leading to the high altar. Every pillar was adorned with glass mosaics, now dull under polymer sheeting. At the organ loft, Eliza paused, listening to the silence. No distant chorus, no echo of mass. Only their boots on stone. Nicole knelt by the confessional door, peeling reflective veneer from its panel and binding the frame with chalk runes. "Sealed," she whispered, eyes flicking upward. "Feeling a pull here." Eliza swept her flashlight across the vaulted ceiling, where tiny mirror-like tesserae once caught sunlight, now wrapped in polymer and chalk. "It's contained, for now. Let's find that crypt." They skirted the side of the sanctuary, passing the ornate pulpit. Park unlocked the hidden door behind a tapestry, revealing a narrow spiral stair descending into darkness. A single bulb hung dead at the top. Eliza tapped her radio. "Containment team, secure main floor. We're descending." Down the cold stone steps, the air turned damp. At the landing, they found the crypt's double doors, each an arched slab of polished obsidian glass framed in iron. No cross, no inscription, just the dark reflection of waiting. Eliza placed a palm against the right door. EMF spiked immediately to 120 milligauss. "That's our nexus." She drew a chalk halo around her handprint, an impromptu binding. The reader flickered wildly. "Seal it." Nicole pressed polymer over the glass, but as it adhered, the door's surface rippled with ghostly faces, impossible angles twisting in agonized glee. The polymer buckled and tore in spots as if the glass fought the seal. Photos on the command tablet showed similar resistance at the black market auction shards. This final mirror was alive. Eliza drew her hammer. "Hold them off." She struck the left door with crushing force. The glass shattered inward, shards rattling with uncanny resonance. A blast of cold air rolled out, carrying on its breath hundreds of whispering voices, distant, pleading, furious. They filed into the crypt, a chamber of tall alcoves carved into the earth, each containing a coffin sealed behind glass panels etched with saints' halos. At the room's center stood a vast mirror array, 7 interlocking panels forming a heptagonal prism, its facets gleaming in torchlight. The beacon of this cathedral of light, now perverted into a ley line of horror. Park leveled her carbine. Movement in the alcoves. From behind each coffin's glass, pale figures stepped, clerics, choirboys, parishioners, nobodies and notables alike, reflections abducted to eternity. Their faces pressed against the inner surface, silent screams trapped behind glass. EMF soared past 200 milligauss, shuddering in the low ceiling. Eliza stomped forward, baton raised. "Nicole, circle the prism with shards." Nicole dashed to her pack and spilled inert mirror fragments around the heptagon's perimeter. Each shard trembled and clicked together, drawn by the mirror's malefic field. The reflections lunged, a priest in vestments, a nun clutching a rosary, a mother cradling a child. Eliza struck the nearest coffin glass with her hammer, splintering the panel, freeing the spectral soul as it vanished in a flash of white light. She moved swiftly from alcove to alcove, each strike collapsing a coffin's mirror, each freed spirit leaving only empty robes. Park and Ruiz provided cover, sealing the broken panels with polymer once the souls departed. But the central prism loomed, untouched. Its facets pulsed with the amalgamated fear of centuries. Eliza approached the prism's base, a carved stone dais marked with ancient binding glyphs. She read from Whitaker's journal, his final entry scrawled on stained parchment. 7 mirrors, 7 seals, one for each passion of man. Break the prism's core, unleash its light, cast the darkness back into the void. She nodded to Nicole. Prepare the final seal. Nicole traced 7 interlocking chalk circles on the floor, matching each mirror face's angle. Eliza hefted her hammer high and struck panel 1. Glass splintered, a howl tore through the chamber. Panel 2, and another strike, panel 3. The prism convulsed, facets cracking in starburst patterns. The ground shook as the shards cascaded inward to the dais. Panel 4, 5, 6. Each explosion of glass burst the field of darkness, drawing the screaming reflections back toward their shattered homes. At the final panel, the assembled shards glowed with terrible light. Eliza paused, hand on the hammer's head. She whispered a benediction, recalling Whitaker's words, "Let the light consume the void." Then, with one mighty blow, she shattered the 7th face. The prism imploded. A blast of radiant brilliance filled the crypt, so powerful it mapped every crevice with white fire. The mirror shards alighted the chalk circles, then dulled instantly under the polymer's stubborn grip. The howling ceased, replaced by a profound, echoing silence. When Eliza opened her eyes, the crypt was empty. The coffin stood bare, the alcoves held nothing but still stone. The polymer seals sealed every panel, and the inert shards lay scattered, a ring of safe glass. She rose, body aching, mind spent. Outside, sunlight filtered through the sealed doors, bright as grace. Park and Ruiz followed, closing the vault doors behind them with fresh chalk sigils. In the nave above, the first rays of dawn painted the sealed stained glass windows with muted hues. Eliza climbed the steps to the altar, gazing at the muted rose window overhead. No flicker of reflection betrayed the horrors they had sealed away. Nicole joined her, wiping dust from the chalk. It's done. No more layers. No more reflections feeding on fear. Eliza exhaled, shoulders easing for the first time in weeks. We've shattered the mirror heart of the city. She looked at her team, worn, but triumphant. Now, let's make sure these shards and seals endure. And then, we let the light in. They exited the cathedral into the pale morning air. Behind them, St. Mercy's stood silent and safe, a sanctuary restored. Eliza allowed herself a small, tired smile. The city's reflections were her charge, and she had fought for them, one broken mirror at a time. The city's first light filtered weakly through the sealed windows of the precinct as Detective Eliza Chen stepped off the elevator on the 3rd floor. Behind her, the emergency lockdown sheet ordered hours ago was lifting, polymer sheeting was being peeled back, chalked runes wiped away, and every reflective surface, screens, badge cases, even car windows, was being inspected for any lingering distortion. For weeks, Eliza and her team had chased the mirror-born entity from one layer to the next, shattering portals, binding shards, and rescuing trapped souls. With the Cathedral of Light contained, they believed the threat was extinguished. Yet here, in the sterile glow of the police headquarters, Eliza felt it still watching. She passed the dispatch center, now restored to normal operation, and paused at the glass display case holding the Polaroid of Connor Miles, his twisted silhouette finally frozen in harmless film behind non-reflective glass. Her reflection blurred in the case's surface, but when she blinked, she could have sworn the image behind her moved. She shook her head and moved on, but the feeling clung to her like a second skin. In the conference room, Lieutenant Marcus Ruiz and Detective Julia Park spread maps across the table, old lair sites marked in red, new targets all but eliminated. Nicole hovered at the edge, reviewing laboratory reports on shard analyses and containment efficacy. All metrics pointed to success. All, that is, except the EMF logs from earlier that morning. "Eliza," Marcus said softly as she entered, "you need to see this." He tapped a tablet, pulling up a waveform chart. At 5:47 a.m., long after the cathedral raid had concluded, the EMF recorder in the break room had registered a brief, sharp spike, 60 milligauss sustained for exactly 27 seconds. Then, nothing. Eliza frowned. That timestamp, who was on duty then? Julia scanned the roster. Officer Ramirez. He was grabbing coffee around 2. Nicole leaned over the tablet. The break room's glass cabinets were sealed, but the mirror above the sink, we never covered that. We assumed nobody stored evidence there. Eliza's pulse quickened. "Show me." They hurried down the hall to the break room. Even in daylight, the small space felt claustrophobic. A kitchenette, a long table, and a single full-length mirror hung above the countertop, a relic of the old precinct, never replaced. Eliza drew a deep breath and approached the mirror. The surface was clear, the frame unadorned. She touched the glass, cool and smooth. The EMF reader in Julia's hand ticked upward to 10 milligauss, then steadied. "Eliza," Nicole whispered. In the mirror's reflection, Eliza saw herself, and behind her, a shadow lingered at the edge of the frame, tall, slender, its head cocked at an impossible angle. She whirled around. The room was empty. She faced the mirror again, heart thudding, and the shadow remained, deeper in the glass than any realistic stain. Without thinking, she grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it through the mirror. Shards rained down, tinkling like tiny bells. The EMF spiked sharply, to 120 milligauss, then collapsed. In the shattered glass lay a single figure, the silhouette of a man in a suit, face obscured by darkness. He stepped forward, translucent yet substantial enough to ruffle Eliza's hair as he passed. Then he was gone. Eliza stood motionless, gaze fixed on the broken frame. Behind her, Julia and Marcus burst in. "Are you?" Julia began, but Eliza held up a gloved hand. "Containment," Eliza said, voice steady though her palm ached from the strike. She drew her baton hammer and struck the largest shard at the mirror's center. The fragment exploded inward, and a shriek echoed, less a cry of pain than 1,000 whispered regrets. Eliza struck again, shattering the remaining pieces into inert rubble. Nicole knelt and chalked a binding sigil around the perimeter of the wreckage. The EMF meter slid to 0. In the hush, only the distant hum of the precinct returned. Eliza exhaled slowly. Keep this sealed and scheduled for full removal. No mirrors, no matter how innocuous, are safe until the city's mirror network is dismantled. She looked at her team, exhaustion and resolve flickering in her eyes. This was our last found lair, but the entity was clever. It hit us here, where we thought ourselves secure. Marcus placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. You've done more than anyone thought possible. We'll cover every mirror in this building. And then... Eliza nodded. Then we go public. We warn the city to check their homes, their offices, every reflective surface. She paused, gathering strength. Because shadows in the looking glass can hide anywhere. As they began clearing the shattered pieces and sealing the break room's door, Eliza allowed herself a moment to reflect, not in glass, but in the fierce determination in her team's faces. They had faced the darkness behind the mirrors and shattered it, one reflection at a time. There would always be another pane, another polished surface. But so long as they stood watch, no shadow could stay hidden forever. The first pale light of sunrise seeped through the high windows of the precinct's front lobby, illuminating rows of empty chairs and the sealed entrance door. Detective Eliza Chen stepped through the revolving doors flanked by Officer Park and Lieutenant Ruiz, their footsteps echoing on the polished tile. Behind them, the last of the polymer sheeting had been removed, the final chalk boards erased, and every unneeded mirror shattered and inert. For weeks they had chased the mirror entity from lair to lair, funhouses, subway tunnels, skyscrapers, an abandoned cathedral, and now, at last, their home turf lay ambient, secure, or so they believed. Eliza paused at the wall of police badges behind a desk, each one traditionally framed in glass. She touched her service ID gently and looked up at the fleet of patrol cars parked outside, each windshield replaced or sealed, each side mirror bagged. A solitary shard remained in her gloved palm, the last fragment from the break room mirror, now harmless and dark. A soft cough drew her gaze to Officer Ramirez, emerging hesitantly from the break room. His uniform was crisp, but his eyes bore shadows of recent terror. "Detective," he said, voice low, "the EMF spiked this morning. It wasn't just confined to my coffee break. I saw her." Peering from the glass. Eliza nodded, steeling herself against the memory that still lurked in her mind, the shape at the edge of the frame, the chill that crawled along her spine. "I know," she replied. "That was the entity's last attempt to reach us, here, where we felt safest." Ramirez swallowed, exhaling shakily. "We've sealed the break room's remains in the evidence locker, signed off by command. And I've ordered the technicians to replace every remaining mirror in this building with non-reflective surfaces." Eliza offered a small, grateful smile. "Good work." It's exactly what we need. But beyond this precinct, every home, office, shop, every place mirrors cling, must do the same. We'll issue a citywide advisory before the morning shift rolls in. She turned, beckoning Park and Ruiz. Let's finalize the debrief. Then we shut down the mirror network for good. In the secure conference room, the core team gathered one last time. On the table lay the cumulative evidence, shards from every layer, chalk-stained notebooks, and the battered bat and hammer, Eliza's constant companion. Behind them, the whiteboard still bore the red X marks of contained sites. Chief Marquez entered, taking a seat at the head of the table. His expression was grave but proud. Detective Chen, you and your team have done the impossible. You've contained and destroyed the nexus points and rescued countless souls trapped by this entity. Is it finally over? Eliza met his gaze steadily. We've severed its anchors, the physical mirrors it used to step through. But the danger remains in any reflective surface not yet replaced or shielded. This morning's break room spike proved it can strike even in our strongest hold. The chief nodded. Then we need a permanent directive, mirror removal or replacement with polished metal surfaces, non-reflective materials in public buildings, and public safety alerts for private citizens. Lieutenant Ruiz spoke up. I'll coordinate with city officials and facilities management. We'll establish a mirror safety task force by noon. Detective Park added, and the lab will catalog every shard and seal, will create a living archive so no one can ever reassemble those portals. Nicole closed her laptop. I'll oversee the destruction of evidence, mirrors, shards, portals. Every piece must be rendered powerless. Eliza leaned back, breathing in the collective resolve. Then we end this. One final sweep of every public building, and a public awareness campaign. We'll star on the morning news. Chief Marquez rose. Let's get to work. By mid-morning, the news blared across television screens and radio waves. Detective Eliza Chen leads citywide campaign to secure mirrors after string of unexplained disappearances. Footage showed teams sealing windows, replacing mirrored panels with frosted glass, and distributing mirror safety kits equipped with polymer sheets and chalk. On street corners, citizens lined up for mirror replacement vouchers. Grocery store clerks swapped out aluminum shelves for matte fixtures. Office towers replaced reflective facades with tinted glazing. Schools hosted mirror watch drills for students. The city moved as one, determined to cleanse itself of the unseen menace. Eliza stood on the steps of City Hall, flanked by Ruiz, Park, and Nicole, as Mayor Valencia delivered a proclamation. Today, we stand together, united in courage and vigilance, to protect our reflections, and ourselves. Let this be the dawn of a city that faces its shadows, not through glass, but through light. Eliza exchanged a look with her team, the hard-fought battles, the lives saved, the darkness shattered. They had turned fear into action. That evening, Eliza returned to her apartment, a modest unit with no mirrors save a small, shatterproof bathroom loop approved by the task force. She placed the last inert shard into a lockbox and tucked it into her closet. On the wall opposite her bed hung an art print, an abstract painting in swirling pastels, no glass, no reflection. She sat at her desk, penning a personal note in Whitaker's journal: "To whomever finds this, mirrors hold more than mere images. They hold our fears. May these pages remind you to face yourself in light, not glass." She closed the leather cover and slid it into a safe. Leaning back, she allowed herself a moment of stillness. No chime of broken glass, no distant whisper from the edge of a frame. The world beyond her window glittered under city lights, reflections confined to water and polished metal, never again trapped behind glass. Eliza stood at the window, unmisted by glass, looking out at the nightscape. Somewhere below, the city slept in safety, its reflections reclaimed. She exhaled, a soft promise on her lips. No shadow endures where light is placed. And with that, Detective Eliza Chin turned from the night, ready at last to rest, her duty fulfilled, her reflections forever changed. As the night falls once more and gentle raindrops tap softly against your windowpane, imagine the city's shadows washed away by this soothing downpour. The warm glow of a lone street lamp dances in the puddles, mirroring the calm that now settles in your mind, as every lingering worry is carried off by the rain. Close your eyes and let the steady rhythm of raindrops become your lullaby. Feel each drop brush against the rooftops and eaves, washing away tension, guiding your breath, and lulling your heartbeat into a peaceful cadence. Picture yourself standing beside Detective Chin on that quiet, rain-soaked corner, cool mist on your collar, the world hushed beneath the clouds. Here on Sleep Triggers ASMR, we hope this midnight vigil, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain, brings you comfort and tranquility. Let the rain's soft whispers carry you into a dreamless sleep, where every drop is a tender promise of rest. Good night, and sweet dreams beneath the rain's embrace.